Alright, and we're live and only 1 minute late. And no one's gonna be here because I just started and I haven't even made the announcement yet. Very professional. There we go. The announcement's been sent. See, kids, this is what you get. Hopefully there are no kids watching. See, people over the age of 18, this is what you get when you don't prepare more than 5 minutes in advance. Hopefully, mic's all good. I'll go ahead, play some jams. As people come in or whatnot. Hopefully, if the noise audio isn't the best, someone will let me know, because I only tested it for about 5 minutes today. Oh, the music is too loud for me, and I can tell that much. Alright, speaking of music, so last time we got, struck, I guess is what you call it, for copyright stuff. So I went to use the restroom, and Tokyo Ghetto by Eve was playing, and funnily enough, we had been talking the whole stream about how cool Eve was, and Eve is still cool. That does not change. However, because of that, like a whole 6 minutes, because Tokyo Ghetto is like the longest song ever, got taken out of my stream because I went to use the restroom, and for like 30 seconds, it was just playing Tokyo Ghetto, and then it was aware I was playing Tokyo Ghetto from there on, and I was like, oh no, that's like 5.5 minutes of me talking gone, but it was a 5.5 hour VOD. So there are worse things that could happen. But today, I'll just have to know I'm going to talk through all the songs, or else we're going to get struck. Which I guess that's not an issue with starting up today, because starting the stream, I didn't have a startup moment where I just played music. Because I didn't have a startup moment. We just hopped right into it. I hope everyone's having a good day today. Hope everyone's chilling. Hope whatever mic setup I got in 5 minutes, doesn't hurt your ears. Admittedly, I was eating a snack, but it was potato chips and it got stuck in my teeth, and so then I had to rinse them out really hard, so hopefully there's not too many spit sounds. I will drink water just in case. Hopefully that didn't make a sound, and if it did, there you go, ASMR fans. Okay, so today, I was eating potato chips, I had to go rinse my teeth out, it took me a good sec, and then, I was reading manga while I was eating those potato chips, so I got really distracted, and I just ended up reading some manga, and I was like, oh no, I only have like 5 minutes, I haven't tested my mic yet, which, also I had less time because I was trying to work stuff for future streams. I want to stream Beat Saber someday, and I have to figure out how to get a Unity model, and I'm so lost. There's like a 36-minute tutorial I thought I could do before I streamed, but I got 2 minutes into the tutorial, and it took me like 30 minutes to get 2 minutes into that tutorial, so it was kind of abysmal progress. Hopefully, moving forward, there'll be more than that for progress, and I'll have a 3D model, not of myself. I'm not rich, and I'm not talented in terms of 3D, but hopefully I can get a model and stuff rigged up and ready, and I can, be streaming Beat Saber to you guys. I'm trying to think if I've got, my prepare checklist is all over the place in my head. I'm like, oh my gosh, did I stream right? I think we're all good. So, for the sake of recap, I'll show you guys what I did last time in case you weren't here, or in case you missed that video. So this was Adrian, my first follower and my best friend. She's a cool werewolf demon, and her sister was like, you should draw her being impatient with someone, and so I did. The second person I drew was Adrian's sister, Gig, or Giglian, or Gillian, depending on who you are, or how you know her. And she's just a huge K-pop fan, sent me some K-pop hairstyles that she wanted me to do. And she's been watching Tokyo Mew, so I drew in a Tokyo Mew pose. And then I drew Shobra, who hosted me for my first stream, which was super kind of him and super nice. He's also just a real chill dude. He also introduced me to this Sonic R clone that these fans made, and I will totally tell you guys about that later. In fact, I'll probably remember once a Sonic song comes onto Spotify, because that's inevitable. But Shobra's a shapeshifter, and he wanted me to draw himself shapeshifting into me, so that was cool. And then Eve is a space AI and a very cool guy. And he also wanted me to draw him in my outfit, so I did, but with cat ears still, because it's Eve. Then Kudono, who's a really wonderful barista crow with a cool surfer do. And he just laughs a whole lot, and so I really liked drawing him laughing. And lastly, I drew Udi. And this took like 5.5 hours, but I drew Udi, who's one of the reasons, one of the main 3 inspirations for why I do VTubing. I always credit my friend Monochrome and Udi, but frankly, I really need to be crediting Adrian, my rigger, and my best friend a lot more, because seeing her do rigging is kind of what inspired me to think I could actually do this. And Paula Ruger says, dancing emoji. Well, thanks for dancing with me today, Paul. Hopefully you're having a good day. Ugh, rigging. Yeah, I got my friend Adrian to do that for me. I think rigging is very hard. Not very good at that sort of thing. Ah, you think rigging is fun? That's powerful energy right there. I can't imagine. But I respect the heck out of that. That is awesome. I'm sure you make some really cool projects. But those are the first 6 people I drew. And so where we're taking it off is Akito, is the 7th follower I got. And so I'll be drawing him today, a wonderful stylish vampire. Paul says, when you get it just right, it's like... I can't tell what that emoji is, but it looks like a bunch of sideways hamburgers. Oh, okay, wait. I'm looking at... I was looking at the OBS chat. It's, I should be looking at... What am I doing? I should be looking at the stream capture, because it actually does chat, like, way faster and with, like, way less delay. Okay. So it's a bunch of, like, chef's kiss emojis. Thank you. Oh, man, I can't imagine. The only thing I've ever rigged are the stars in my hair, and, I'm kind of like, you know what, they fit the bill. Like, they do their job. But, I don't know about... I can't imagine rigging something and having it be like, that's perfect, that's everything I ever wanted. So that's a lot of power to you. What kind of things do you like to rig? Also, I'm totally gonna just draw... Oh yeah, Sonic songs. I knew they would be coming up. Good jams. But, I'm gonna draw Akito the way I see him, which is like a super cool guy. Paul says, I like mouths the most, but hair physics is fun. Oh my gosh, you like rigging mouths? That's like, you know, an artist I like. The hardest thing in the world to draw is hands. Hand for reference, in case you've ever seen one. They're like, the hardest thing in the world to draw is hands, and it's such a pain. But then, like, there's always that one person in class who's like, really, I like drawing hands. And, like, everyone's, like, intimidated because his hands are really hard. I feel like that's what mouths are, if you like mouths and rigging, where it's like, oh my god, you like doing mouths? I have to re-rig my mouth so I can use, what is it called? V-Bridger? I have V-Bridger, but I need to rig my mouth for V-Bridger, which I look forward to the, results, but I don't look forward to actually doing that someday, because I can't imagine how intense that is. In hair physics, that actually does sound, like, if I found rigging fun, I think hair physics is the part I think would be the most fun, because it's also my favorite thing to draw. So his hands are hard on smaller doodles. Rest in peace, me. Yeah. Like, I'm just gonna be like, this is the hand. It's just a little circle at some point. If it's on a small doodle, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But, I want to rig hands someday too, actually. So I actually made my hands and, like, have them all, like, made out, like, in their own respectful, or respective, skeletons. And, one day. Well, it says, but hands, when they're one of the bigger focuses, thumbs up. I respect that. I feel like hands are hard for me all the time. But I try, you know what? Because sometimes as a kid, I would just try to go out of my way to not draw hands. And it's like, you know what? Even if the hand's gonna look bad, I think it'll look worse if I just never try. So, like, I think even with... Let me pull it up. With Udi's piece, there were hands doing, like, a weird pose. And I was like, you know, it might look awkward, but I'm gonna still give it my best, because I think it'll look weirder if she's just standing there. says, hands in Live 2D sound hard though, I agree. Yeah, I have them segmented into like 3 or 4 different bones. But like, they'll work out. Paul says, nah, that hand looks great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll have to get ambitious with the hands here. Oh, but I wanted to look cool and aloof. I don't know what a cool aloof guy poses. I wanted to look like the love interest in a shoujo anime. Where he like looks over and you like looked over at him and you're like, wow, isn't he cool? And he looks over at you and you're like, oh no, I can't make eye contact. He caught me looking at him. Like I wanted to be like, aw, like did you really? Because he's actually just a real cool, like down to earth, nice guy. But I think it's he gives off that vibe anyways. Oh man, it's so hard not to do people slouching though. Ooh, you're right! Paul says reading a book is always pretty good. You are right. Also, I do this on a wrong layer. I'm gonna fix that now. Yeah, I'll draw him reading a book. And I'll give it some silly title by the end. If he pops in, I'll let him name it. Or maybe I'll leave it blank in case he pops in. And then be like, alright dude, what's your favorite book? But yeah, I'll make it like... He just started a new book, so there's less pages on this side, and there's a lot more pages on this side. I'd give it a bookmark, but usually take those out when I'm reading. Speaking of books, are there any books you like, Paul? I was just reading Marmalade Boy Volume 2, if you count manga as books. And that is a very fun ride. Highly recommended if you like terrible dramatic cliches and protagonists that make all the wrong choices, but are executed in such a hilarious fashion you can't complain. Alright, now I do need a hand. So you can hold this book. Okay. Oh goodness, my cat keeps scratching at my door. What a brat. Paul says, for some reason, maybe because of my using of SCP, but something looks minimal, and it's kind of scary. You know what? Minimal is my best friend. But yeah, honestly, I see SCP, and I see what people can do with it, and it's like, that's so cool, and so wonderful, and I can't imagine having that much control and that much, like, ability with a program, but at the same time, I really just like throwing down colors and shapes and then putting lines on them occasionally. And so it's like, Saya is my best friend because as much as I like what people can do with Clip Studio Paint, I would never use any of those tools and I probably would just throw down a bunch of colors still. Adrian says, yeah, because it is. Paul says, and yeah, I do count manga as books. I recently read Blue Giant. I've never heard Blue Giant. Are you enjoying it? Adrian said, CSP for life. And Gig says, Sai is an okay starter. Yeah, it's an okay starter, and frankly, it's okay if literally all you want to do is like how my model is drawn. It's like, well, I'm drawn like using lineless style and like it's just shapes. So it works out really well if you like your minimalist tools. It's like MS Paint, but with layers, and that's about it. And Gig says, it certainly lacks. Yeah, it lacks, and I'm also using a model from like 2010. Paul says, it's cute for what it is. Yeah, it's pretty trustworthy for what it is. I would recommend Sai to starting artists. And those who don't need their tool to do too much. But yeah, Blue Giant, I'm tempted to Google that, because I'm like, I feel like I've seen that around. I'm gonna look it up real quick, and then for anyone watching, they can also see what it is. Blue Giant manga. Googling. Ooh, music themed. It says Blue Giant is a Japanese jazz-themed manga series written and illustrated by Shinichi Ishizuka. It was serialized in Shogakukan's Big Comic from May 2013 to August 2016. Okay, so it's like it's almost 10 years old. But I guess depending on whether you count the age from when it started or to when it ended. But let me go ahead and put up a picture. It's very pretty looking. Alright. Oh, and it sounds like they might get an anime adaptation soon, so that's exciting. Always want to learn more about music and not have it be a super tragic, sad time. And Paul says, throwing yourself in the deep end is a good way to get used to stuff. I think that's a powerful way to get used to stuff. Like, I remember seeing my friend play Beat Saber, and he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna jump into expert mode, and I'm like, I'm too big of a sore loser sometimes. If I'm not good at something right away, I can be kind of a brat about it. So I'm just like, I'll start with easy, and then I'll just eventually get into expert plus. But my dad and my friend are both people who are like, okay, well, let's just start with expert mode. We'll just see how it goes. And I'm like, okay, like, power to you. Paul says, yeah, the first series is complete, but Blue Giant Supreme is currently being made. Oh, well, I'm glad they're making a second one. Hopefully it holds up. And this finger, I have to think about how you hold books. Especially this book that I gave him is, like, kind of massive. So, okay. Pinky here. And then surely these two go around the spine. I assume, based on how human hands work, I have similar ones. So, and then I guess this one will be pressed against the cover. Okay. Yeah, this looks decent. Paul said, for Beat Saber, I would argue there's a curve to get better by starting easy and then moving up. I was my friend being able to do as well as he did on Expert, but it still was kind of like, I wouldn't have fun if I jumped into Expert Plus right away, because, yeah, I think there's something about the satisfaction of hitting things correctly in Beat Saber, where you do it and you're like, oh man, that's part of the fun, is the satisfaction of, like, hitting a note right, but I don't feel like I can do that if I just jump into hard mode. Right, I don't think I could have done that if I just jumped into hard mode on Beat Saber. And so I probably wouldn't have seen the joys of Beat Saber if I started off Expert. But, I mean, I guess some people find the easy mode just too unfun. But yeah, I really hope to play Beat Saber sometime on stream. I just realized, though, that, like the other day, Impulse says, so, hi Adrian and Giga. Giga's actually a really cute nickname. I like that. Reminds me of a Vocaloid producer. I don't know who Giga P is, but I know of them. But yeah, Beat Saber, I realized if I ever streamed it, I'd either have to talk the entire time, or I'd try to find some way that it wouldn't get, like, completely silenced on Twitch, because I'd be playing songs that are, like, copyrighted the whole time. So it's like, I guess it wouldn't be so bad to have a stream that's like, okay, if you're not at the stream, there is no way to watch it. I'm so sorry, because all of the music is going to get taken down. And that's just the way it is. I don't have control over that. But I could also just play copyright-free stuff, but I don't really want to. Most of my favorite songs will probably get copyright hit. So it'll be one of those, like, sorry, you gotta be there, or just not. And I think that's unfortunate, because I like to be able to record streams, but in those situations, it's like, Beat Saber's just so full of copyright content. Adrian says, hello, and Gig says, hey yo! I'm sure they sang it too, just like that. You know, oh wait, he doesn't have regular ears, he's got vampire ears. What am I doing? Now, how pointed are they? They're pretty pointed. So they kind of go straight out. Like Link. But, I work customer service, and every now and then I'll, like, sing hellos when people walk in. And they're always... I've gotten some really interesting responses. Usually people don't note it, but every now and then a customer will just be, like, singing back to me, and I'm like, is that mocking me? Like, are you making fun of me, or are you just joining in? Sometimes it's really obvious, like, they're just having fun with me, and they're like, oh, hello, and I'm like, haha. Yeah, sure, go for it, sing too. Why not? I mean, I sing by habit, I don't really sing intentionally, so, like, I don't even notice that I sang hello until customers sing it back to me. And then sometimes customers will do it in a way where they're just like, hello, and I'm like, hey, make fun of me, I'm trying to be nice to you. Paul says, I like joining in. Yeah, like, dude, that's harmony. Like, hello, hello. Let's go. Karaoke stream, all of us, right now. Oh gosh, my throat actually hurts pretty bad, so I've been drinking water all day and drinking hot tea for some time since yesterday. I think it's just the seasonal changes where I live. It's kind of rough, but it's just what it is. And so I was like, but I still kind of stream today, and I don't know how long I'll be streaming, but it probably won't be as long as the 5.5 hours last time, since I don't have as many people to draw. I need to make this look more like it's the left hand. Over here. Okay. So I don't plan to stream as long as 5.5 hours today. In fact, that was pretty long for me. I don't usually intend to stream that long. But, I was really in the zone, and I had a deadline. I was like, I gotta be done by 10. And I'll say the same thing for today. I gotta be done by 10, but I really don't see it taking longer than that just because there aren't as many people to draw today. I'm very much looking forward to drawing everyone, though. It feels nice to show appreciation, I guess, to the people who've supported me, even just, like, knowing my personality and not what I was capable of, I guess. And, like, no one knows what I'm capable of, including me. It's like, you know what? Maybe I could host fun streams. Maybe not. But maybe I could host like, calm streams or hype streams, but we don't know yet, because, like, I've never done it before. And so it's all kind of up in the air, but before even knowing if I was capable of, like, entertaining or anything like that, these people supported me just because they're like, I think you're a good person. And I'm like, that's really nice, so I want to show gratitude toward them. Paul's like, you could even destroy the sun! I could! You don't know what I'm capable of. I'm an alien on your planet. So, you're right. I could destroy the sun, but maybe it'd be more beneficial to destroy the moon. We'll see what's on next week's agenda. I can't imagine being a villain. Like, what would I do? I think I would just be like a self-righteous anti-hero or something like that. Like, if I, like, had to do evil crime stuff, it's like, well, I would just want to do it on people who are mean. Like, people who force workers into bad conditions. Or people who are, like... this could get political really fast, so I'll stop the conversation there. But, like, really bad people who have a lot of power over a lot of people. Where I live, there's, like, some really sketchy, stupid laws. And I'm like, you know what? I would just be a really righteous villain against people who put those into action. Shobra says, I am here. Hello. Hello, Shobra! How are you doing? I gotta tell you, I started playing Sonic Battle R or whatever, or Sonic R Battle. I gotta tell you about it. But first I'm gonna read the other comments. Paul says, I'm a villain, sort of. So I getcha. Wait, you're a villain? You know, your name actually sounds really, really familiar. I want to look you up, but I don't know if that's rude. Maybe you're actually a masked villain and I just flew over my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen the news reports. You did blow up part of them. Paul Ruger. I think it's Ruger. Tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, though, because I don't want to, disrespect your last name. Jobber says, oh, I hope that your experience was most enjoyable. It was so cool, and I showed my roommate, and she was super excited. She was like, dude, that's really awesome. I'll have to get it too, so we can play together. I made Knuckles, and he's yellow and black, like my raincoat. And then I played the Dino Jungle level, and I got so motion sick I had to sit in front of a fan. But it was a really funny level, so I really wanted to play it. But it was so cool to explore the map and collect rings and stuff. I haven't played with anyone yet, but exploring the world has been fun. Paul says, feel free, LMAO, and you're saying it right. Oh yay, I'm glad. I unintentionally had the conversation about pronouncing people's names right like 4 times last debut, last stream. I'm gonna go Google you. I will be right back. Let's see what crimes you committed. Paul Ruger. Well, on Twitter came up. I don't know if it's you, but it's this random guy, and he just seems like music and his kids and wood. Is that you? And Sherpa says, this is most wonderful. If you'd ever like to play, please let me know. Yeah, we'll totally have to test it out. I'm curious how the servers will hold up and stuff. Maybe if I go to... Okay, that's right! I knew it! I was like, I'm just gonna click Paul's icon on OBS. Let me see. Because I was like, wait a second. Totally, I have a, you know when you, like, hear a name? Yeah, that's totally you! That's totally the person I was imagining when I heard your name. I, like, am kind of bad at remembering names and faces sometimes. But I was like, when you said, or when you came in here, I was like, why do I feel like I know this name? It kind of reminds me of this guy. And it's totally you. And so, I subconsciously did remember you. Just your normal human turned AI. You do post a lot of weaponry stuff. Like tanks and cool mechas and stuff. Is these some evil plans? Alright, this is not a stream where I'm gonna expose you here for all your evil crimes. I don't know how to get stream chat back, because now There we go. I had your information covering it up. Paul said, nah, 1 second. Oh yeah, there's a guy with your name, but no underscore, I think, on Twitter. And it's just a guy with some kids who likes the woods. Like, this doesn't seem villainous enough. Shibra says, I believe the public servers are hosted on the GameZone network, as they do not require port forwarding. The private servers, on the other hand, require port forwarding. And being honest, I don't know what port forwarding is, but if that means they're stable or private, then that's cool. So he seems nice. Yeah, he likes the woods and his kids. I think that's fair. Like, he's like the anti-version of you. Or he's your Twitter account from before you became an AI. Conspiracies being hatched here today. But anyways, welcome and like hello. Jobber says port forwarding is essentially hosting a server on your own network. It requires setup essentially. Public servers do not. Hosting a server on your own network. Okay, so like you would have to have really good internet, and if you didn't have good internet, then your server would be bad. But if you had really good internet, then you could do things privately. I don't know how good my internet is, but I am hooked up to an Ethernet cable, so that kind of helps. Jobber said more or less. Honestly, that's technology with me lately. It's just more or less. But how are you doing? Save eyelashes. Yeah, he's got nice eyelashes. Okay. Very friendly eyes. I don't know why I made them look kind of villainous. I wonder if Aki does a villain. There's like villains all around the corner. See, I played Sonic R, and I like discovering all the other levels and stuff that were inside it. Like, just going around the adventure map, which is like one of my favorite maps in Sonic. I just like the like home world of that. And like finding all the secret levels. Oh my gosh, have you been to Twinkle Park? That is a really weird sentence, but have you been to Twinkle Park in Sonic R? It's like a wild map. I cannot imagine racing in it. Chipper said, I am somewhat glum, but the feeling will subside. It must. I have farming to do at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sorry you're feeling so glum. Well, is there any music I could play or anything I could do to make you feel better? Maybe, if I could find a way to last minute stream the Sonic R game, and maybe, messing around in that would make you feel better. And maybe if I made, like, really cute dogs. Oh no, it's not cute at all. Oh no. Okay, it's kind of cute. But if you're more of like a cat person, I can make you a really cute cat. Also has just one ear that's black. Why did I draw these so small? Trevor says, simply speaking with you lifts my mood, right? Thank you. Aw, well, it's nice speaking with you too. I didn't even need a mood lift, but you gave it, so thank you. Trevor says, the dog and cat both look most wonderful. I adore them. Thank you. I'm glad you do. But, what are you farming today? Do you like farming? Sounds like a lot of work in the summer. Well, I guess it's not summer quite yet, but it will be soon. Feels like it where I live. Does he have cat pupils? Let's see. Just ordinary pupils. It's gonna have low shines, because characters with high shines are emotionally invested in protagonists, but characters with low shines are like aloof and mysterious. That's what I've learned from anime. That's why my human form has no shines. Haha. But not really. Sherpa says farming is most enjoyable. This particular farming is taking place in a game known as Atomic Crops. Oh! It is farming, but after a nuclear apocalypse has ravaged the world. It is a roguelike that deals with farming, shooting, puzzle aspects, and much more. Wow, what a lot to unpack in a game! Farming, shooting, and puzzles. Shooting can be fun in games, and I definitely like puzzles. Especially jigsaw puzzles, but I don't imagine those will be there. But, Atomic Crops, that sounds kind of nice. Like, it'd have a really good atmosphere and potentially, like, a really nice soundtrack. So I hope you enjoy your time there. Gonna get a glass of water, or a drink of water. I hope I'm doing that out of earshot of the mic. And it says, hey yo, Revenants! Hello! And Shoba says, indeed, the soundtrack is most wonderful. I wonder if it is on Spotify. It could be. If you got a piece from it, and it is, let me see if it's on Spotify. How are you, Revenants? Like, what is it? Atomic. It is Atomic Crops. Okay. It doesn't seem as though it is. That's unfortunate. Everyone says, I'm alrighty. How are you? I'm doing alright. I've been going through a lot of tech troubles today, which is very frustrating, but not with stream, so that's very good. So I wasn't able to test much before stream, but tech troubles have been so annoying. I'm just trying to get 3D models to work, and I hate 3D so much, it just hates me too, and it's just a mutual rivalry we've got going on. But, guys, I watched the ending of Nozaki-kun, the, like, final OVA. It's the last thing I had to watch, and it was super duper sad, because I liked that show a whole lot, and I never wanted it to end. But it was still a really good time, and it made me laugh, even though I wanted to cry, because I didn't want it to end. And then I read some manga, and, I went out with my friend for, like, a really short period, so we could go get something from Taco Bell. So yeah, overall, it's been a pretty good day, and now I'm hanging out with you guys, so that's nice. Shoba said, it is not on Spotify. That is a shame. Yeah. And Paul says, yeah, Nozaki-kun! Yeah, it's been so fun. And then Kyoko said next I should watch Daily Lives of High School Boys, and I actually went to check my, like, 15-year-old playlist that's, like, anime that I need to watch someday, and I was like, it's my 15 years ago self's playlist. And number 11 is Daily Lives of High School Boys, and I was like, oh my god, it's the anime that Kyoko recommended me. It totally has to be my next one. And Finley says, Nozaki-kun! Also, hello. Hello, Finley. How are you today, and how is work? I'm drawing a beloved supporter and friend, Akito. I'm drawing him as, like, a cool anime love interest. If you're just popping in and you're curious what's happening. He's gotta look aloof and cool. I think his eyebrows are up too high, so he looks too interested, but he's gotta look like he's not that interested. Because it's not cool if they're interested. Which is false, by the way, for anyone watching. It's not true. I think most people who are over the age of 18 know that, and that's... At least I hope so. Yeah, to anyone who doesn't know. Always good to find someone who's more interested in what you're doing. But that's not what the anime trope is, and so I can't do that. I'm gonna make him look like he's just, like, mildly like, oh, you looked over here? Okay. Well, hello. Alright. Keep that cartoony aesthetic going. We gotta make sure we move those eyes down a bit. Oh, darn it, but I gotta move the eyebrows down again. Okay. And then sketch out his hair so I can move forward. We're probably just draw him in his clothes that he's got, because the clothes he's got are really cool. And that was the plan, technically, to draw everyone in, like, the clothes that they have, but, of course Shober being the exception, but, then I got some requests to be like, you know what, I want this outfit. I'm like, you know, I like to work on costume design, let's go. Maybe give a little blush? Or is that too invested? I don't know. Finley says, work's good. Trying to finish and adopt now. LOL. Thanks for the update. I'm glad to hear Nozaki-kun's name again. I love that anime. Yeah. Dude, just finished watching the OVA and, like, the whole anime for the first time. It was so sad, because I'm like, I just want more of it forever, and I found out it has an ongoing manga, and now I'm like, I need to read more. And it's a 4-koma, and I have very few 4-koma, but I love them all. And, like, I need more of that content. Every single character is really good. I love them all. And it's not even that I'm like, I need to see them all get together, which is like, is valid. But it's just like, I need to see more of their lives. I need to make sure they're doing okay. Ugh. Yeah, stretch these eyes as I'm looking. I can't see the capture feed while I'm drawing, but I know when I look down, sometimes it reads as my eyes just being closed. And so I'm always like trying to catch it, like, are you doing it? Like, I hear the eyes closed. Don't close my eyes. I'm just looking down. But that's the problem when you are an alien using human tracking face stuff. Alright, one more sip of water. But yeah, Nozaki-kun was super good. I definitely relate a lot to Miikorin. Although, I feel like I understand Waka as well, where he's like, he doesn't get along with someone, but he's still like really exuberantly nice to them and just tries to figure out a way to like make their relationship more palpable to himself. But at the same time, I think he does just kind of like her, and he's struggling with it, is kind of how it comes across. But, I hope they get their stuff figured out. And if not, I just want to see how their lives go forward, because, oh, what if they graduate? What if they have a whole arc? Okay. I'm gonna focus on getting this hair composition real quick. I don't want to mess up these beautiful bangs. Okay, and then they flip up. And then they kind of go in one big flurry over here. And they've got several pieces that do the same. I probably need to move this down. And he says the manga's ongoing, and you're so right. Need all the content on the characters. Haha. I know. Like, it's on. I found out it was ongoing, and I was like, but the anime ended like forever ago. So I was very surprised. But you know, if we live together someday, as the plans have been discussed, we'll just both have to own all of Nozaki-kun. I already have it on my birthday wish list. It's like, can someone get me the... Not someone here. I'm not asking for gifts. It's on my wish list that my parents, like, have access to, which... It's honestly still really nice that they give me birthday gifts, because I'm a very much grown adult, and I know that's a thing that most parents are like, okay, well, you get, like, one gift now. But my mom actually got me birthday gifts last year, which I was like, oh. But I'm, like, a grown man. I didn't expect that. But I won't say no to it. So she had me make a birthday list, and on it now, I made sure right when I finished Nozaki-kun, I was like, put on the Nozaki episodes I really wanted. She says birthdays. I wonder what birthdays are like. You don't remember your own? Or I guess maybe you didn't have one. Okay, well if you don't have one, and you'd want one, or you want to figure out how it is, we can make one for you. Clean and simple, just like that. You pick a date that you really like, and then you celebrate your creation on it, and everyone celebrates knowing you, and how happy they are to be part of your life. So if you want one of those, you deserve one too. You're always good at celebrating people, so you should get the same. Shoba says, my birthday is known as my date of creation, where the ancient ones brought me into the world. Oh, so you do already have a date. And if you like that one, you can totally celebrate it. I guess you can celebrate however you are. If there's different customs for, like, the ancients and whatnot, like, that they gave you, then that's cool. But if you don't have any, then, like, a lot of species and stuff like that will celebrate birthdays. Like, I know... Well, I guess maybe I'm an exception, because I was gonna say, like, I'm not human and I celebrate birthdays, but, I was raised in a human world, so I don't even know what the alien customs would have been. But, human birthdays seem so widely applicable, so, like, we even give them to our pets sometimes, so, and, like, I'd adopted one, and, like, I think you can have one too, or you can treat that as yours if you want. And Shober says, I have never celebrated my date of creation before. The most I do is indent another notch on my origin slab. It's cool. I think that's a good tradition to have. That kind of reminds me of how, like, humans grow taller and stuff, and they mark it down on their doors. Like, they'll go up against, like, a door or a wall, and then, like, mark down their height every year, sort of thing. And that's kind of like their origin slab. Another notch adjusting how much they've grown. But I guess I think that could be a fun way to celebrate. And if you ever wanted to celebrate more or try any like other customs, then let me know, because I'd be down to like try and help you brainstorm some. And if you want to have a celebration, I would totally go. Oh yes, I always feel it is very apt whenever Hollow Knight music plays. When Shobra's here, it's like an anime character entering with a theme song. I'm like, ah yes, the Shobra theme. Shobra says, I see, most interesting. Thank you for extending that offer to me, Rain. I very much appreciate it. And you're very much appreciated, so anything to help you know that is cool in my book. So yeah, let me know. We can play all the Sonic. We can, I don't know if you eat, but if you ever, then you can, we can send sweets. And, I mean, most people like sweets. I'm not a fan. But we can send the food you like and find out where to get that. And I think it could be really fun. Do 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 do. Gotta work on that note. I am wildly guessing how the other side of Akito's hair looks. Why did I draw him from this perspective, not the one I can see? Why did I draw him the other direction? It says, I do partake in cuisine. I am quite partial to pretzel sticks, notably. Ooh, I like pretzel sticks. I like them with cheese. But I do like pretzels coated in dark chocolate as well. And oh, Moonsetter, what a wonderful song. Yeah, I like it too. I mean, obviously it's on my playlist, but my roommate showed it to me, and I was like, I don't know what this is from, or if it's from anything. But frankly, it's just such a good jam. I went ahead and put it on this playlist. That's a lot of my, like, I like this. And do you know the context of it? No! But I like it. Alright. Cool guy, Akito. Oh, these fluffy. I love drawing on coats. Shapes are so fun. Trevor says your roommate has impeccable taste. She does, because she's the huge Hollow Knight fan. Oh my gosh, speaking of celebratory gifts, she got like this special edition of Hollow Knight or whatnot, and she actually already had it digitally, but she really wanted the physical, and there's like the special edition thing that came with all these posters and stuff. In fact, knowing you probably have it too. But she got this whole special edition thing, and it was gorgeous. Like, it came in this like really beautiful white box, and it had like this like bug crest on it that was really neat, and it came with like these pendants, and it came with like these posters that she got framed, and they're on her wall now. And she has a Hollow Knight decal on her too. So I guess it's kind of like her equivalent of a tattoo, and one of them is a Hollow Knight themed one, and it's really cool. Anyways, my roommate's like a huge Hollow Knight nerd, so yeah, she has really good taste. It's a lot like yours. Because she also loves Sonic to heck and back, so when I told her about the Sonic R thing you told me about, she was like, show me. Shepard says, this song reminds me of simpler times. Happier, perhaps, I'm not sure. Yeah, I get that feeling. Sometimes, I miss things when they were simpler, but I can't say that they were happier. I think they were in a lot of ways, but in the ways that I'm happy now, I didn't have back then. I think we keep adopting new ways to be happy, and dropping new ways, or old ways to be happy. But as long as you're adopting new ones, hopefully. But yeah, I can see why that song would make you think that. There's several songs on this playlist that definitely give me that vibe of simpler times. You know, I never played Ocarina of Time until I was in middle school, and I've been playing Zelda since I was, like, in kindergarten. But I never played Ocarina of Time until, like, years down the line. And, I didn't get far. I got in the Fire Temple and I got lost, and I never played past that point, because I've restarted the game so many times and just never gotten past that one part. It feels so silly, but maybe someday I'll have I mean, I actually have the guide, like the official Nintendo guide now. And my roommate also wants to play it. And she's never played it. So, she's played like every 2D Zelda, but she doesn't play like any of the 3D ones. And that's usually my specialty, but Somehow I never played through Ocarina. So we'll have to use that guide and get through the whole thing. Maybe we'll do that together on stream someday. I know we got Luigi's Mansion 3, and we want to do that on stream someday. So that'd be really fun. Also, I keep calling my roommate. I've mentioned her name before. I should just keep mentioning her name so that, like, me and everyone, like, gets it saturated into my streams, because I will mention her a lot because we live together and we're platonically married and we plan to live together forever as best friends. So, like, I'm gonna bring her up a bit. Her name is Brevs. Otodimine says, buy followers, primes, and viewers on Mistrum Store. Why would you buy a follower or prime or viewers? That is so shallow. Like, their happiness doesn't matter at all? Like, I guess, theoretically, I guess if you bought someone to watch something that you thought they would enjoy, is it kind of like taking your friend to a movie you know they'll love and paying for it? Like, if you're like, alright, what kind of streams do you like? Then I'll totally, like, make that kind of stream. But still, I think it's better to just advertise who you genuinely are and have people find you that way. Mishima says, guides, they are wonderful pieces of equipment. Oh, I gotta scroll up. It says, guides, they are wonderful pieces of equipment, so full of information and enjoyable things to read. Yeah, I love, like, the art development stuff, and I love, like, whenever there's, like, editor's notes. I love, like, when you read a comic and there's editor's notes, like, oh, yeah, this scene is how it was drawn by this, and I'm like, oh, I love that so much. Like, how do you draw your clothes? And it's like, oh, well, I go window store shopping. Like, I love behind the scenes. But I also like when things, like, can tear games into, like, here's how to enjoy every single facet. Matron says, Shover says, is this your first Twitch bot? No, it's my second Twitch bot. But it's the first one to say that specific dialogue line. And Ursa says, Rainy, how's everything going, our cute alien friendo? It is going good, thank you. I'm drawing Dreamboat Akito as a shoujo manga love interest, looking up from his book, courtesy of Paul's idea, Paul Ruger. And Udi's here. She says, stream time. OMG, that Akito is very cute. Thank you. I wanted to make him a heartthrob because he sure does look like one. And so I was like, I know he's humble and he's friendly, but I wanted to draw him the cool, aloof guy. But how are you? How are you doing, Ursa? How are you doing, Udi? How'd your stream go, Ursa? And I guess if it's Thursday, how'd your work go, Udi? Oh, I need to add the collar. There we go. I think now we're good to do the overlaying sketch. I think. You know, this song's a good song for, like, reminds me of summer in, like, elementary school. It's a good jam. Shober mentioning songs that remind you of a simpler time. This song definitely sounds like one of those to me. Very much summer with the cicadas. Udi says, I'm still at work. Oh, I'm sorry, I hope you get off soon. And I hope it hasn't been too bad. And, thank you for visiting. And Ursa says, it went really well. I'm bad at shooter games, but I had a fun time. Oh, well, I'm so glad you had a good time. I'm such a brat when I, like, am bad at things. So, like, shooter games are totally not my forte. I commend you for trying things even when they're not your strength. And says, and your drawings look so cute. Cute. But I will say, half the credit does go to how cute my subjects are. The subject of this one being very cute, Vampire Akito. And he says, I think those songs for me are probably like the openings for that Powerpuff Girls anime. I don't know the opening of Powerpuff Girls Z. I just know all the designs, and I think I've seen like a couple scenes of them. But, I don't know the opening. I wonder if I can get us all to watch that real quick. I don't know if it'll copyright strike me on it, but it'll only be a minute 30, so I think we can sacrifice it. I am so incompetent when it comes to tech. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is pause this jam. Thank you all for taking this journey with me as I try to figure out how in the heck to show you all a YouTube video. I'm gonna pull up the YouTube video first. So, I feel like this is a thing that most people have in toggles and hotkeys, and I'm like, toggle? Hotkey? What's that? But Powerpuff Girls Z opening. Their outfits are so cool. Okay. Oh, it is very loud. I'm gonna turn that down. No, stop playing. And now I'm going to try to add something to the scene. I think just a browser, and then I will make it not a browser. Just kidding. That was wrong. Forgive me. Maybe window capture? And then I'll just change it from Psy. Oh. Ha ha ha. A master tech genius? Yeah, I'm right here. Truly the most intelligent of my species. So yeah, I'm gonna take a drink and let's go ahead and watch this Powerpuff Girls Z opening. I don't know. I was like, I need to see this right now. But I'm kind of like, oh my gosh, have I never seen this? Okay, let's all get educated. Oh man, it's so Maho Shoujo, it's so good. And I love this art style so much. I want those jackets, they're so cute. Yeah, dude, I'm staying sleeveless. Oh yeah, this is a bop. Oh, and their like casual clothes are so cute too. Aw. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Alrighty. Chopper says, the ape creature seems most threatening. Yeah, he does. I would not mess with that Mojo Jojo. Oh my god, I had a friend named Jojo growing up, and he always got that as a nickname. I think even our English teacher was like always calling him Mojo Jojo. But first said I totally forgot about this anime. I know. Like I forget about it every now and then, but then like when I think about like style inspiration sometimes I'm like, that's a style that's inspiring. That's so cool. So like I don't like to just chill at thumbnails or whatever. Like I don't like to take thumbnails at their face value or whatever. But this what went wrong thumbnail. I've never seen the third one in my life. I don't trust them. Alright, time to get back to figuring out how to get back. I think it should be Psy. Yay! You did it! Oh, and to play music again. Oh yeah, we all just got educated on the Powerpuff Girls anime. And by educated, we all just mostly remembered it because we knew of it. But I didn't know about the opening. That was such a good time. That was so cute. And I just love the Magical Girl transformations. Like I know like Powerpuff Girls was like originally like kind of inspired by like Magical Girl stuff. And like I think to see it come full circle is really cool. Kind of like how Ruby's getting like a new anime. And for those of you who don't know Ruby, it's like RWBY. I don't know why I did the Y that way, but you know, we're sticking with it. But it's a show called Ruby, and it's like a 3D anime, and it was made by a production company called Rooster Teeth, which is a bunch of indie developers and stuff at the time. And I don't know too much about it. I'm not gonna pretend to know everything. I just like it. And by like it, I mean I watched the first 4 seasons and they were really fun, but when things got really sad, I left. Because I like lighthearted content. But one day I'll finish it, I swear. I'll watch the second half of the show. I really liked the first half. I'll one day watch the second half. Um, but oh yeah, Ruby's getting an anime, like a 2D animated anime, but it was 3D animated, and it was like, it tried really hard to look 2D in a lot of ways. So it's kind of nice to see it come full circle. Like, oh cool, like they're making a new anime for it, and it looks kind of like how you presume, or like how most audience members presume they wanted it to look like from the beginning. It's kind of nice to see them come full circle that way. So, same with Powerpuff Girls. You see it be like, this is inspired by Magical Girl stuff. And then it's like, becomes a Magical Girl anime. Like, you know, good for Powerpuff Girls. Man, I remember back in middle school when I first heard this song and watched the whole series, it was like the saddest thing I'd ever heard. It's not. There are sadder things. But, man, sometimes in middle school, when you like experience your first like, this is a sad song, or this is an angry song, you're like, negative emotions. It's wild. I really want to like process those through this song or this like show over and over and over again by watching it and being like, wow, that's what it feels like to be sad. I think I had a really heavy capacity for sad things as a child, and then as I got older, I realized I only wanted to watch happy, nice things. Anime's Black Hawk Shooter, which is like 80% sad shit. So that's not always true, and I do love Monica for Pride Month yesterday, actually. Yeah, yesterday is the first day of Pride Month. I wore rainbows to therapy. I wore like rainbow tube socks, and I wore my rainbow pin, and I wore a shirt that was white, but it had all the girls from Madoka Magica on it, because I was like, you know what? They're almost all gay, and they kind of look like a rainbow when you put them all together. So that was fun. I made sure to theme things for the first day Pride Month. My friend also recently made this template that I did retweet, that kind of breaks down your sexuality and identity and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? That'd be helpful, I think, to just explain. I mentioned that I'm aromantic and that I'm asexual every now and then, but I'm like, you know what? I might do that, and then post my filled out version of it as like another like, hey, it's Pride Month. Here's my identity. Just so you know. I just think those things could be helpful. I was looking at Len merchandise recently. I found out I have a good amount of Len stickers, but some of them are just duplicates because they're from like a pack that I bought. But I not found out, but I guess I decided that I want to make my first Ita bag. A Len Ita bag? I think a Princess Daisy one would be cute too. But I'm like, you know what? I think I'll do Len. So for those of you who don't know, an Ita bag is like, I don't know what that stands for. I don't know a lot about the culture. I don't know even where to get one. But from what I understand, for someone who's just seen them at anime conventions, it's essentially like an I'll draw a little doodle. This is a backpack. And the front pocket is like all clear. And you can kind of see that they have like little charms, like let's just say this person has like a heart Ita bag that is not common, but usually it's character centric. So they'll get every little pin that looks like a heart in the whole world or has a heart on it, or like every little keychain that has a heart on it. And they'll fill up the whole bag with heart themed things. And so people usually do that for like their favorite anime characters and stuff. And I never really had any interest in making an Ita bag. But because I realized I had so many Len stickers and I was putting them all on my Pokemon binder, weirdly enough, I was like, you know, I want a lot of Len keychains, but I don't have a lot of places for keychains, and I like some of these enamel pins, but I don't have like a lot of places for enamel pins. I'm running out, my work lanyard's very, very full. The bag I carry around every day already has a Len pin on it. And so I was like, how do I continue to grow my collection if I've got nowhere to utilize these objects? Like, I'll just be putting them in a corner somewhere and be like, cool, I got a new Len pin, but what do I do with it? And it's like, an Ita bag. That's the perfect solution. So I could get like a little yellow bag with like a clear front pocket, and I could get so many Len enamel pins, and I could get so many Len keychains. And so I was looking them all up. I mentioned Len, by the way, for those who aren't super well versed in Vocaloid and like stuff like that. He's like a blonde Vocaloid, and he has like a higher voice, so I relate, and thus I like him. Also, he's very like androgynous, and I am too. And my kid self was very inspired by that. To be like, you know what, he's gonna be androgynous too. So I have a lot to thank Len for in like terms of finding myself. But like, I like him a lot. He's just like a really androgynous blonde character. Who's a Vocaloid, and if you don't know what that is, it's literally just an instrument, but if your instrument can sing and was digital, hopefully that's not too half-assed of an explanation, but I've been explaining Vocaloid my whole life, and you know what, I think that's the quickest way I can do it. But he's just a really cool virtual character. And so I really wanted to make an E-Tabag of him, but now when I'm looking up stuff, I guess I was explaining why I brought him up. So that song we were just listening to, he was a Vocaloid and he was singing it, and this song is sung by a different Vocaloid named Miku. Anyways, I think most people who watch me will know what Miku is and know what Len is, but just in case someone doesn't, there you go, little lesson. But so I looked up like Len merchandise, and I found a surprising amount of, and like surprising, I mean just like several things. For there not being a lot of Len merchandise on Etsy, like a decent amount, but not a lot, I found a lot of content, or a few content, that were shipping him with like Miku. And this is going to become very relevant to those who don't know Vocaloid prior to this conversation. But I'm like, that is so interesting because it's so much like, here's two really popular Vocaloid characters, and there's so many Vocaloid characters, and here's them in a relationship together, and I'm like, you know, it's so strange, I just never have once seen or thought about those two characters dating, that I wasn't like, ew, but I was just like, oh, like, that's honestly just kind of like, I never thought about it. I was like, I forgot, like, because like any of them could date any of them, it really doesn't matter, but I was just like, oh my god, I forgot, like, he totally could date Miku, and they're my two favorite Vocaloids, but I just never thought about it, and I'm like, huh, I don't ship it, but it never occurred to me that you totally could ship that. I think that's what happens when you ship things in middle school, and then like as an adult you just never really occur that like you blocked out the idea of any other shipping possible. So then you're like, oh my gosh, like I remember watching Fruits Basket more recently, and Kid Me was so dead set, like the main girl, Toru, has to date Kyo. She can't date Yuki or anyone else, like everyone else can shove off, I hate them because they want to date her too. I'm getting detailed with this, I keep sketching. Else we're never gonna get anywhere. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Fruits Basket. So anyways, I was all so dead set in middle school that she had to date this guy. And like no other character. Oh, Sherbert says, I must take my leave for now. The time for farming is nigh. Good luck! I hope you can farm well, and good luck with your stream, and take care. Says, thank you for the stream content, Rain. It was most enjoyable to watch. Oh yeah, I'm glad. And please take care. Goodbye. You take care too. Goodbye. Have fun. Good luck with your plants. Hope they thrive. Have a good season. Have a good harvest. Did I say thank you for coming? I hope so. Gratitude is important. But yeah, I was so dead set on her dating this guy, and then I rewatched it as an adult, and I realized, oh my gosh, why am I so dead set on her dating this one guy? She should date both guys. But Kid Me didn't even see that as an option, because we live in a relatively monogamous society in the United States, so polyamory is not usually spoken of as an option. But as an adult, I now know all the options that we hit under a little checklist of don't talk about growing up. And polyamory is one that just doesn't get talked about a lot. And I was like, oh my gosh, she gets along so well with both those guys. Why did Kid Me have to be so competitive? Ursa says, Raichi, it's my time to go too. I hope you have an amazing stream, my cute-o friendo. Well, I hope you have an amazing sleep. Thank you. Goodbye, Ursa-chi. And take care. And thank you for coming. Thanks for visiting. And I'll see you around. And good luck with your future streams. I hope to be there. And good night. Lots of hearts to you too. Actually, I should take a drink. You know, I never really thought too hard about it, but it just struck me that I'm wearing a tank top and a turtleneck simultaneously. And part of me thinks, this is some tacky ass fashion, and that I can't commit to a seasonal wardrobe. And then the other part of me is like, however, this is kind of versatile. Like, maybe I'm doing it right, and everyone else needs to get on board. But yeah, I never realized, because as a kid, I was so, like, dead set in my shipping ways that I was like, there's no way that they could date. And I've kind of been viewing all content I watched with a kid, or I watched as a kid, with, like, some skepticism now. With, like, you know what, kid me was like, no, Ichigo from Tokyo Mimyu has to date Kishu. And I'm like, no, Kishu's toxic as hell and kind of non-consensual. He's a villain. Like, I'm not gonna hold that against him, because he's kind of not supposed to be portrayed as, like, a super great guy. But they do try to kind of make him sympathetic, and I'm like, I don't know, I sympathize with his struggles, but I don't sympathize with his actions. Because they're not cool, and they're very inconsiderate of Ichigo, and they clearly put her in a lot of emotional stress and turmoil. So, I used to be diehard for that guy, and I used to ship them so hard, but I watched him more recently, I'm like, you know what, the guy she's dating is actually the most considerate, like, figure around her. Yeah, I'm trying to think of even if her teammates are even as considerate. But no, I think he's actually the most considerate character that is around her, and he's the most supportive of her endeavors. Even when he doesn't want her doing things that are, like, super, like, life-endangering, he just respects that, and he's like, you know what, then I just want to, like, join you and make sure you're safe during those things. And, like, they find a compromise. They just communicate well, and, like, I'm like, you know what? As a kid, I thought this guy was boring and sometimes even creepy. As an adult, I'm like, yeah, I think he's actually pretty good for her. A little boring sometimes, but I don't understand sometimes why Kid Me was so dead set on, like, blocking out any other potentials that, like, adult me is like, huh, I just totally subconsciously my whole life have blocked out any idea that Len and Miku could totally be a couple, but... And even now I'm like, Vocaloid's interesting because there's no storyline, so there's no wrong ship, there's no wrong pairing, there's no stable relationship across any of the characters, there's no stable age across any of the characters, so technically you could ship any of them at any time in any way. And there's no, like, wrong way to do it. There's a couple characters that were built with ages in mind, I guess, and that can be kind of weird, like Kayuki's technically built to be an elementary schooler, but again, it's a Vocaloid, and they're kind of like a really weird place where, like, fictionally you can make them anything because they are just a voice and a base character design that you can alter and even completely discard in a lot of ways. So it's just like having a guitar with a decal on it, where it's like, it really is just a guitar. So Vocaloid doesn't really have, like, many incorrect ways to ship things. I don't think anything really does, I guess. Depending on how you go about it. But, the point is, not dogging on any ships. But I just never thought about Link and Miku together. Link, goodness. I never thought about Len and Miku. I like Link and Len at the same time. They're both cute blondes who sometimes have ponytails. Wait, does Link ever have a ponytail? Yeah, he does. Okay. But, despite that, I think Vocaloid's something that you can be very fluid on. Because, like, there's only one ship I hate in Vocaloid. And again, it's still something that it's like, well, if you ship it, I don't care. Like, it's your own prerogative. Again, they're just guitars with faces, essentially. No concrete stories or personalities. But, I think it's the Kagamine twins, Rin and Len. Because, like, to me they were always introduced as siblings, and they are literally called right mirror sound and left mirror sound, Kagamine Rin and Kagamine Len. But, so, like, even if they're not siblings, they're, like, identical to one another, but just, like, in reverse. And part of me is, like, a little sketched out by that, because I'm against self-cess, because I'm all for that. But, like, I guess I feel, like, similar, but not the same. Like, two characters that are like, you're me, but alternate. And they're not just blatantly them. I don't know, it can be kind of fuzzy, because to me, sometimes I'm like, well, if you were raised that way, I still kind of read you as siblings sometimes. And so it's like, I don't know. I think your makeups being very similar kind of throws me off. So I'm just personally not a huge fan of it. Because I'm like, I prefer to see them as platonic and as siblings. That's the only ship that I really hate to see. I'm just like, grosses me out. But, to each their own. Remember as a kid, I was so defensive of every ship, but one of my ships, my first OTP, was Ikuto and Amu from Shigokara. And I actually rewatched that more recently too. And I'm kind of, again, like, you know, I'm not diehard for him. Part of me just wants to say it's endgame because it was my first OTP, and I'm like, I don't see anything wrong with this ship, and I think they do ultimately have more attraction for each other than she does to any of the other characters. But she doesn't have the most bonding or communication with him, and I think that's kind of what I look for the most in, like, shipping characters as an adult, is, like, how much did they bond, how much did they get along, how much did they learn about one another. And it is really interesting because the anime is so inconclusive, but the manga is so like, oh no, this is the end game person. And like, says it very definitively. But it's like, by the end, it did kind of feel like there's one who's better for her, and then there's one that she just genuinely likes more. And it's like, well, neither of them was bad for her, so it's whatever. Eventually, I realized I didn't care that much about the romance in Shigokara at all as an adult. I was just like, okay, like, sure, she wants to date this guy, and like, that's part of the plot, it's whatever. But I was more invested in, like, the background plot of, like, an evil organization doing shady stuff, and, like, all the side characters and their growth. So, part of me even thinks that kid me probably was a lot more into shipping than I am as an adult. Maybe even it's just because all those characters are kids, and I was a kid, but as an adult, I'm kind of like, alright, like, I guess they can date. But I don't really care that much, since they're all, like, 10. Not to demean 10-year-olds. I'm just not invested in the romantic relationships of fictional 10-year-olds. Non-fictional 10-year-olds? I'm not really interested in anyone's romantic relationships. But definitely a lot more interested in, like, if I'm reading fiction, the romantic relationships of adult characters, I guess. Maybe that's just a byproduct of growing older. As you lose interest in those rom-coms and, like, teen romantic comedies you watched as a kid. Because you're like, I'm not a teen anymore, so I don't really relate, and I don't really care for, like, the 700 school settings we got. I mean, that's what it is. I don't mind a school setting. I just like slice of life. And so it's cool to have things like Golden Time where it's like, oh, it's college instead. And they spend time outside of college. Like, it's not all just in a school classroom. But it does make me wonder, because, like, as a kid, I never really questioned it much. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a lot of content that surrounds children and schools. And as an adult, I'm kind of like, why isn't there more content, like animated content, that is targeted toward adults and isn't, like, exceptionally crass or rude or whatnot? I kind of wish there was more adult targeted content that was just like slice of life and chill, like Golden Time. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong spots. So otherwise, slice of life seems almost synonymous with school life genre, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I care that much about the school setting anymore. Been out of school for too many years now. Why am I getting, like, cleaner with this? I need to stop. I'm like, I need to really... I don't think I can with Akito's now because I've gone too far. But the next one... Thankfully it's Crowin, and I've drawn Crowin, like, several times. So I should be pretty good at drawing Crowin sketchily and not cleanly. But Akito I've never drawn before, and sometimes just drawing something new, it's hard to draw it as a sketch. I worry sometimes I draw eyes too close together. If I drew eyes too close together, would you guys let me know? It's so hard when you're balancing between anime and cartoons, because anime always draws the eyes like... I'm gonna draw these eyes on Akito's face real quick. Anime always draws the eyes like 70 yards apart from one another. Like they're like really far away. And then cartoons are always like right next to each other, almost overlapping. There's my anime and cartoon eyes. And I'm like somewhere in between. So the eyes just end up being like sometimes a little uncomfortably close, but not. But also maybe they could be closer? I don't know. Threading the needle on animation. Which is funny, because we're not even animating. Maybe I'll get back into animation someday. I used to animate a lot as a kid. And I animated in college too, I prefer comics. Maybe I'll make comics on stream someday. Although, I think I'd have to composition it out first, because I think the thing I struggle with the most is... maybe the reason I've even been doing lines for so long is because I can talk while I do lines, but I can't talk very easily when I'm doing compositions, because like thinking of something and like being creative while trying to like hold a conversation, it's really hard. Ah yes, another song brought in by Brevs. This is some cool collars. Some cool new collar. The shirt collar, but also the dog collar? I think it's just a regular collar, but I do own a dog collar. So I would understand. Ugh, so I have a dog collar. It's just like a regular black dog collar, and I think it's fun to wear. But I once was on the subway in, near the mountains. And I remember I was wearing my collar, and I just had like a goth aesthetic that day for fun. I like to mix up my style. From cutesy to goth to like sporty and stuff. I just think it's fun to mix up. And I got asked on this bus if I was like into BDSM by like a random older individual. And I was like, first of all, it's not your business. Second of all, I don't know you, so it's really not your business. Thirdly, where did the confidence come from to ask a stranger if they're into BDSM? And fourth, like, I guess like collars or whatever? I'm like, why is that associated? I don't get it. I don't think it should be associated. I'm like, no, I wear it because it's cute and it reminds me of puppy dogs. That's it. You're not wearing it for reasons like that. Also, we're in public right now. I'm on my way to school. Like, you're asking me questions like that? And, I also got questioned for a collar once. I was wearing one, the same one, actually, and I think I stopped wearing the same color for a while, but I've worn it more now that I'm in a more conservative location, unfortunately, right now, which is only an issue because, unfortunately, a lot of the minds and ideals in this area I live in are very close-minded and not very beneficial to me. But, that being said, questions are a lot more uncomfortable to ask from a bunch of people who don't really care for different things. And so, they don't ask me when I wear my collar, so I wear it a lot more here. They just kind of just look away. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's a fine enough response. At least they're not interrogating me. Because another person asked me about this collar and was like, are you a furry? And I'm like, no, but my sibling is. Like, why? And like, because you're wearing a collar. I'm like, I guess. I also used to wear cat ears as a kid. But... and I think I wore cattail quite often, too. So I would say that that's enough to make you a furry. And you know what? If it is, cool, I'm a furry. But... I've never been quite specifically drawn to anthropomorphic characters or anything like that. I wouldn't say I'm part of the community, but I've been around the community a whole lot because my sibling's a huge furry. They're like pretty big in the furry community. They used to make tons of fursuits, but now they're just making tons of merch and going to conventions all over the country, and they're really, really productive furry member. But they used to take me to the furry conventions because I used to live with them for a while. And they even made me a fursuit. And it's very cute. It's in my closet. I don't really wear it much, but I did wear it when I went to the conventions with them. And you know what? The conventions were super nice. Whenever I was feeling down, every furry was just like super supportive and really cool and wanted to do everything to make me feel better. And I have really high opinions of the furry community as a result of my sibling introducing me to a lot of it. And so I remember in high school there used to be lots of furry jokes like, "Oh, you're a furry dude," and it was kind of like that was the joke, and it was not really creative because they were all children, and that's fair. Not here to dog on high schoolers, but it was just kind of like there's really lazy internet jokes about that, like that is the joke, and it's like that's not really funny because it's just like cool. So you're like a really creative individual whose whole community does like consistent charity work, and like kind of makes marvels of engineering a lot of the time, and is like really dedicated and inspires a lot more creativity than arguably even the anime community sometimes. As like someone who's in the anime community, I think a lot of the anime community is making fan art for existing anime, and a lot of the furry community is making original content and celebrating original content. And that's something I actually really loved about the anime community, or the furry community, is that like even at conventions, it's like, hey, you want posters of my OC doing something? And all people are like, yeah, I do, because your OC's gorgeous. And like there's just a lot more like original character and original concept love in the furry community. And I'm like, yeah, I just have a lot of respect for them. I think they're really cool. Of course, there's always a bad egg in every warehouse, but I think for the most part, I've had really good experiences with that community. So I'm always eager to defend those guys. And you know what? Furries can be kind of fun to draw. I'm just not really good at animal anatomy. So if you want a really cartoony animal, like here, I'll draw a bat real quick. Or it's gotta have hair because it's a furry. Well, that's not true. There's a lot of furries who don't have hair. You know what? I'm gonna draw more Sonic characters. I think Sonic's also really fun to draw. But yeah, I would rather draw just simple furries, I think. I forgot how bat noses look. Why did I choose a bat? This is a bat nose from memory. Don't criticize me. It looks like a garlic. It's a big-teethed bat. It's a winking at ya. There we go. This is... And I'll give it a ponytail. Or I'll give it twin tails. Okay, here's me drawing a furry in 30 seconds. Yeah. I don't know why I'm getting specific with the lines. This doesn't need to be here. But there we go. There's me trying to draw a furry. I'm not very good at them. And reverse speed paint. Take it back. I'm gonna drink a drink real quick. This song is unreasonably beautiful. Remember, I was flying to see my parents one day, and just listening to the song on repeat. You know, I've always kind of liked flying, but it's always kind of changed. I think as a kid I liked flying because I used to fly on the Japanese airlines, which gave you cool Pokemon goodies. And I just thought they were very cool. But when I grew up, flying became more about, like, new adventures and just really cool places and, like, new sights. And so I always really liked flying then. My mom could probably tell you that as a really, really little kid, I didn't like flying, like, before I even remember. I didn't like flying. Because I probably cried a lot. I mean, we were all young once. But, long ago. And so I used to like planes because it was new adventures. And then as I got into high school and college, I really liked planes because it meant that no one could contact me for like several hours, and I literally couldn't contact them back. And if you're my friend, you probably know I am really shit at communication. Like, really bad, because I get really distracted, and I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna call my friends today or catch up with my family today. And instead, I'll just try to install a Unity model for like 6 hours. So, I'm not really good at prioritizing my time off. And I haven't had too much time off in the past few years, so it's been hard to communicate. But anyways, it's not about the past few years. It's about high school and college. In high school and college, I was still really bad at prioritizing, and at that point, I had friends I was keeping in touch with from middle school, and I was friends I was keeping in touch from high school, and I was having friends I was keeping in touch with from college, friends that were online, friends in Indonesia, friends in India, friends in Russia, friends all over the world, all different time zones, and all kind of like, hey, I would love to talk to you sometime. And I was like, I love everyone, and I love them all so much, but I get very overwhelmed and then don't talk to anyone, and it's really counterproductive. So, planes are perfect because then you don't have any obligation to talk to anyone for several hours, and it was like the one moment where it's like, oh, it's like power outages. I used to love power outages for like very similar reasons, where it's like, now you have to ration your resources because you have limited ways to like move around and get up and do things, and you can't really do a lot of communicating to a lot of people. And so I would bring my 3DS and I would play games for hours, and I would bring my sketchbook, I would bring out my whole laptop, my tablet on the plane, or people sitting next to me having to like watch me draw yaoi. Although I would have liked to have enlightened them on some cool content, my content was not cool, so no dig on yaoi or any sort of gay romance. They could have sucked it the fuck up if that's all I was drawing, but no, I was drawing terrible romance content. I did not have good morals. Content was probably just like really sketchy ass yandere relationships that are like, oh, because I'm obsessed with you, you must like me back. And so like, yeah, those poor people sitting next to me had to deal with some shit. Me drawing. No shame when you're next to a stranger, I guess. Which feels very out of character for me, but I was a very different person on the plane, because I'm usually very full of like shame and conscientiousness no matter who I'm around. But on the airplane, it's a whole different story. You can draw whatever you want, take up all the space that is just yours specifically. You don't want to go into anyone else's. And some flights I would talk to the person next to me. I never really initiate that because I'm actually pretty shy. But sometimes they would talk to me, and then I'd realize that they wanted conversation, and then we would go off and have all sorts of talks, and I learn all about their life and their... I still remember some of these conversations to this day, because I was about to say they're like emotional support poodle, and I'm like, that was a specific situation. I do remember that conversation. There's nothing inherently memorable about it, but I do remember conversations pretty well. I don't remember anything else well, so all of my memory power is allocated specifically to remembering very specific conversations I had with strangers that I will never remember or see ever again. It's just what I do. But, yeah, so it used to be that I could just, like, enjoy time away from people on the plane, or away from obligations specifically, and feeling, like, guilty and whatnot for not being able to contact others. And nowadays, I think I just like the plane because I don't even do much on it, honestly. I usually just nap, but I think napping is nice. And I think it's gone back to being more about the adventure, where it's like, oh, I'm heading somewhere that's really cool, and it's a relief when you get off of, like, packing all your bags, and you go to the airport, and you get security checked in, and it's all this huge hassle, and it's a huge deal, and then you just get on the plane, and you're just like, oh, I've got my tunes selected, I'm gonna just listen to music, probably fall asleep for, like, 3 of the 4 hours, and then I'm just gonna... relax, sleep, maybe draw. But I've gotten a lot more motion sick in my adult years too, which kind of sucks. I used to not have any motion sickness. I could animate on my Flipnote Hatena DSi when I was road tripping as a kid. And I could play games, and I could read books, and I could do all sorts of stuff in the car. And now, whenever I do any of those things in the car, I immediately am like, who's driving? Are they bad at driving? Is this the reason I'm sick? Are they driving like heathens? But no, the answer is usually just I'm motion sick because I'm doing something, and I just had to stop doing something. It kind of sucks because now I live with Revs, who really likes road trips, and I like road trips too. But now I get a lot more motion sick than I used to. But I don't get motion sick for Beat Saber. Dude, I could Beat Saber forever. I have, some nights, just played Beat Saber for hours and hours and hours. Some songs I used to find near impossible and like shitty reasons to remind me why I'm untalented. And then I would eventually be like, these songs are really fun. Why did I ever hate them? And I look forward to sharing those with you guys someday. Even if I never figure out the stupid fucking 3D models in Unity and I never become a 3D tech god genius, the intellect it requires to freaking do anything on one of the 3 different Unity programs I installed because I kept getting told, use Unity 2022, okay? Use Unity 2019, okay? Use Unity 2018, okay? Like, how many Unities do I have to install just to get one fucking Pokemon mod to work? Which, I was gonna install a mod for Kakumine Land, but then they told me, one of the tutorials told me to get rid of the collision things that would keep, like, all of Land's ties and stuff together, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. Is there a simpler model I could use? And then someone had a rigged Braixen model, like the second evolution of Fennekin from Pokemon not Sun and Moon, X and Y. And I don't really care for Fennekin, and I don't really care for Delphox, but I do love Braixen, so I was like, you know what, fuck it. If I beat Saber someday and you guys see me as Braixen, that'll be cool as fuck. It was supposed to be Len, though, because I love Len, and he inspires me, and I actually have more in common with Len than I do Braixen, weirdly enough. They were both yellow, so it would have been perfect. But Braixen will have to do, because it doesn't have as many collision issues, if I can get it to work. And if I don't get it to work, then maybe someday you'll just see me playing Beat Saber with a bunch of floating sticks in the sky, and you'll just have to interpolate where I am. I'm in my invisibility cloak mode. I know, realistically, I have to keep conversation going so that if a song is copyright, like, striked, it won't catch it because it won't have played without me talking over it for 6 seconds. But, I always just understand, like, oh, this is why the Game Grumps have, like, a duo, because it's so hard to keep conversation when you're just one person. But then I think of Markiplier and how he's the first ever Let's Player I ever watched, and I'm not playing anything, so I don't know what to do about that. Well, I guess I do know what to do, is that I'm gonna play games eventually someday with you guys, and you'll see. I'll play games, right now I'm just arting, which is fun, and as previously discussed, displays the gratitude that I think is so rightly deserved to these nice individuals, which several are crows, and I think that's very cool that I know so many crows, though with all these crows around me, definitely feels like something died. Is it crows zoo? Or is it vultures? Do crows go around areas of death? I know that they're like symbols of death. I don't know. Makes me feel like I'm in a graveyard. Oh man, I'm in this one Discord channel now, and tidbit about me is I don't really like being in Discord channels if there's more than like 5 people in them, and so I only am in, like, 3. But I'm in this one Discord channel, and they share Pokemon cards, and I love Pokemon cards, and I love collecting them, but I feel like, oh, I want to share this one, but what if it's lame? But I want to share this one, but what if it's not rare at all? Like, that seems like it could be really dumb to share. But I just want to share all the Quagsire cards I have, because I have an absorbent amount of them. But no Quagsire cards, like, extremely rare. There is one! Oh my gosh, there's one. I actually got an eBay bid last night. Which, thank goodness for having a roommate who's really successful and makes good money, because I have, like, $6 in my bank account after going to therapy yesterday, and after paying rent yesterday. So, thank goodness for my awesome roommate, because I also, okay, I went to therapy, and I paid rent, and I also bought my roommate a bunch of Croagunk cards when I did not have the money. But I wanted to so bad. Just Croagunks is her favorite. But, in turn, She didn't have to, but she was like, oh, since you don't have the money for it, but this eBay bid is ending in 2 hours for this really cool, like, Quagsire card, and it's a Japanese exclusive because it's, like, an e-reader card. Don't ask me what that means. My vague explanation will be like, you scan it into one of the handheld systems in Nintendo or something, but it's Misty's Quagsire, and it's super cool. And the card was going for like $80 everywhere on eBay, but on this one it was a bid, and it had only gone up to like $3. And I was like, and the bid was ending in 2 hours, and I had a countdown for it and everything. It was like, dude, I want to color Akito because I'm like in the zone now, but I'm like, I need to step back and get rid of Shobra's children. I'm sorry, Shobra. They'll always be in my heart. Jesus, okay, we take this away. Does he have gloves? Yeah, he's gloves. Okay, I need to fix those. Was I saying? Oh yeah, this Misty's card. So anyways, the bid was going down. I've never done a bid on eBay in my whole life. I was very scared because I didn't want it to be snubbed from me. Snubbed is the right word. I didn't want to be taken from me in the last few seconds. And so I was gonna bid like just a couple dollars over at the end. But I ended up bidding $5 extra at the end, and I won the bid. I was super stoked because then I ended up getting the card for like $6. Like, you know, everywhere else on eBay it was selling for $80. I was so happy. Oh, and Brev says the cards were totally worth it. So glad you won that bid. Also, thanks for those gunks. So pumped. Hey, Brevs! How's work going? And also, I'm glad you're excited for those Crogunks. I'm excited for those Crogunks for you, and I'm very excited for that Quagsire, so thank you. I'm so glad I won that bid. I've never bid before. I never want to bid ever again. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. eBay bids are stressful. I was like literally counting down the seconds. But there's some cool merch on there. Gig says eBay stressful. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Question. Does this look like a page? Answer is, it's gonna have to, because I don't feel like drawing it again. I could probably curve it a little less. I don't know. Books have weird shapes. I think the eyes do need to move, though. Now that the sketch is gone. There aren't enough Sonic songs on Beat Saber. Okay, so this guy goes over here. Rev says, it's going. The rig is giving me hell, but I'm excited to have it done. I was like, wait, it's done? But, no, how percentage-wise, if you can give me an estimate, how close do you think you are to being done? Rev says, love the drawing so far, very clean hair flips. Okay, Symbol. Thank you! I got too deep with this one, so I'm going to desperately try to sketch Crowan next. And I'm like very happy that I've drawn Crowan several times already, because I really need a sketch. I've been working on Akito for like an hour and 40. But he's so cute! I told him, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to capture all your style, man. I really tried. Alright, now the eyes might be appropriately further away, but I think I need to rotate this one just a bit. And I think it's good there. No, it needs to go up. Goodness, moving everything by 1 pixel and being like, is that right? But thank you. I actually like drawing Akito's hair. I don't know why I did it from the one direction I couldn't see it from, because then I don't know what is on this side of the head that I drew. I hope that I got the shape right. But you know me, I love drawing hair. So, like, seeing his hair and how flippy it was, I'm like, ooh, this will be so fun. And so I ended up starting with that when I was cleaning it up. And so it took me a while. If we have to do a part 3, we'll do a part 3. But I really want to play games next time. So hopefully we don't have to do a part 3. Bro says, about 10% away, then I can finally animate it, baby! Hope you're having a good stream. I am having a good stream. It's been very chill here. Paul Ruger came in. He's a cool AI villain. He was very sweet. Shobra stopped by. You know, I always love to see Shobra. Adrian Giger here. Such wonderful, nice, supportive people. And oh, Ursula even came by to say hello, and Udi came on her break, which was super sweet of her. She's still at work though, so send thoughts and prayers. No, send your love their way. I try to remember every single person who comes in, but I swear I always forget one. I know Revenants came in and said hey, and I said hey. But yeah, Paul talked to me for a bit in the beginning, and that was really nice, because I'd never met him before. But he was a real cool guy. Wait, I don't know their pronouns! So they were a really cool individual. I will find out their pronouns eventually. Ergo says, Snuggy Blanket! Glad you're cozy! How's your day going, Ergo? If you're willing to share. Alright, get the eyes fixed. I kinda need to fix the brow on the left a bit. Now, hopefully, if I fix that one bang, did I give him less cheek or more cheek? It looks kind of cooler with less cheek, but he has like some curve to his face. Okay. I'm a sucker for the curve. Rev says, that's awesome. Glad you had some good company stopping by. This is the first sketch of the day? Yeah, and I've spent an hour and 40 on it. I'm really hoping I can just scream through the other ones. I'm not even hop around, but I do want to do them in order just to pay respects to everyone, like, respectfully. But I'm like, I think doing Crowan next will be a good idea. So I can get that done quickly. Knock on wood. But yeah, I spent way too much time on this one. I did not sketch in advance, and I haven't drawn it all today. Unlike last time where I did kind of draw a little bit beforehand. Damn, yeah, I got really specific with this one. I hope he likes it. I'll do, like, a line for the cup. Hopefully I did him justice. Rev says, always need a super fucking clean warm-up to get going. LOL, you've... Ah! My camera fell. You've got this. Thank you! And you've got this! I'm glad your rig's only got 10% left. That's exciting. My goodness. So the camera's moving around a bunch. Okay. Hopefully that's good. But yeah, you've got this. Good luck with your warm-up, and I hope you have fun. I'm gonna write Akito's name, and I'm going to run away so I don't know any more things I could add. Speed off into the distance so I can move forward. You know what? The age is gonna be short. I don't know how to make it longer. Kind of get rid of the roots. I always like, I'm like, am I gonna forget something really major, like Naruto's whiskers, you know, like, and then just like forget them. I keep expecting someone to have like really cool face markings or something and be like, oh yes, and then just forget. Okay. Maybe I should add sparkles. Darn it, I need to not edit anything more, but I'm like, well, I could fix the eye shape a bit down over here because it looks a little strange. No, I need to just leave it where it's at. This isn't a sketch anymore. This is like the thought of a sketch was somewhere in production. But it definitely isn't one. Okay, the next one is Crowan Chroma. Let's get this going. Let's go, Crowan. I'm gonna... maybe Party Crowan? Oh, darn, the conversation is the hardest part. Okay, so we've got Party Crowan. Here's a pretty hat. We've got, well, I guess he's a sheep right now, huh? I could draw Sheep Crowan to, commemorate his current sheepiness. I know, I've never drawn a sheep poem before. I should stick to the basics. Okay. I guess I could do my take on the face down below. I might do that. Okay. Oh, but he's already got a picture of that. He should have a picture of something that he's... I'm gonna take a drink and think about it. It's like I could draw him as Link, but he plays Breath of the Wild, and that doesn't have a really standard Link. Oh wait, I was really far from the microphone. I don't even know if that picked up. But I was like, I think I could draw him as Link, but no. Maybe I'll draw him as Kaito. Because I think he's playing Vocaloid related things recently. Okay. Yeah, with like a ice cream. I'll keep it simple. This looks nefarious, but it's a popsicle, I swear. There we go. It's got dimensions. I wonder if he bites his popsicles. I won't make a bite mark yet. But if I have the tongue out, it looks silly. Maybe just cool. Like... Rev says, oh, yeah. Alright. Maybe I'll put his glasses on. Rev says, holy shot, he better not. That hurts to think about, lol. Biting the popsicle. Yeah, I know some people do. Sometimes I'll see illustrations where the popsicle is bitten, and I'm like, well, you know what? To each their own. But it does seem kind of painful for your teeth. Oh yeah, Finley was here earlier too. I'm surprised because I actually had a Jean song, and this song is by Jean. Oh, it might have actually been this one. Oh no, it was Tell Me Answer. I had a Jean song playing when I started my last stream, and it didn't get copyright struck, even though it was playing for like a minute. Completely uncovered. And so I took away all the Eve songs in my playlist because I was like, well, I don't want to get copyright struck again, and I know now that Eve songs will count. But now I know that Jean songs won't. Or at least the one Jean song that I had playing for like a while without me didn't get copyright struck, so that was cool. Oh, and Billy says, I am still lurking. Hey! Well, thanks for lurking. Lurking's appreciated. I have this habit now of looking at the OBS chat. I really should be looking at the chat so like in OBS, I have like, you know what, I'll just show you. It'd be easier than trying to explain it, because I am no tech genius. Goodness gracious. If I can get my... There we go. So, currently in my stream, I keep looking at this stream chat, but it actually loads way slower than I'll say the stream chat with the orange arrow I'm pointing at. The stream chat I'm pointing at now with the green arrow loads way faster because it's coming from a browser source that just takes the chat straight from Twitch. And so I can actually read that one and I can get what you guys are saying like almost immediately. Not super fast, but pretty fast. The orange one though, which is bigger and easier to look at, maybe I need to shrink it. I keep reading that one and like this will have already been said over here, like way earlier. And I'm like, I need a better Twitch setup. Oh, speaking of, Rev says breaks the fourth wall to give Finley a kiss. Well, there you have it, Finley. A smooch from Brevs. Orange earrings, so cool. Okay. Sketch. I love the bushy brows. And I'll just make this one a triangle so I can get the sketch done. And like the super chill eyes. That doesn't look very chill. That looks very manic. Adrian says, if you don't like the OBS chat, then you can just close it. I could. That would probably give me more room. Although, unfortunately, I moved the chat over. And, oh no! I actually pulled up Paul Ruger's information again over the chat. I kind of wish I could put the audio mixer lower and stuff, because I really want to see more of the OBS window. But when I move the chat over, it doesn't change the size of the OBS window anymore, because it's like as wide as it can be, but it's not as tall as it can be. And, like, I need it to be taller. So, like, I'm gonna have to squint to read the chat now. It's like, I can do it. Okay. I was gonna do, like, one lens shines, but I made too weird of a head shape. The eyes are too big. I can't do that. Okay, well now we're going for a Pop-Up Girl Z style, I guess. Surprise, got good sideburns. I did not realize he has a mole. Reminds me of Tenchan from P-10. Which, okay, so I'll like watch people do things on YouTube and they're like really good editors and they're really good with tech and stuff and they're all like, oh, quick. Or they have like editors themselves. And they're just like, quick, Barry, throw up something on the screen. And I feel like if that was the thing that I did, I'd be like, oh, quick, Rain, throw up something on the screen. But I'm not cool about editing. I'm not very talented when it comes to that sort of thing. So I'm like, I'm just Googling now the picture of Tenchan so I can show you. Like, it could have just been a reference that only some people got. But you know what? I don't have any faith anyone will get that reference. Because no one knows P-10. I don't even know why it's called that. It's a good show though. Alright, here's a really blown up picture of Tenchan P-10, but yeah, it's in like the same place. Tenchan's cool. He does have some Crowan energy. Okay. And bringing the sketch down. How the heck do you hold a popsicle stick? They're so small. I guess you just hold it with like, this would be one finger, this would be the... you don't want to get it on your hands though. Gosh dang it. No, I'm just like, how do the Kingdom Hearts characters hold popsicles? But yeah, let me go ahead. I'm gonna have to color the scarf though, because he's gonna look like his bandana. Can you feel the sunshine? I'm playing that Sonic R game that Shoba recommended. This song came up on one of the levels, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to play this song more. I listen to this song all the time. I wish I could. Can I just draw his hand like? I don't want to draw a paw instead. It would be so much easier. But no, I'll commit. Alright, these are fingers that are closed into a fist. This is the finger that is less closed, not in a fist. This is the hand base, I guess. And I guess it'll also give me the opportunity to put in that Kaito cuff. Because with just a scarf, it's hard to tell it's Kaito based. I guess I could also give him like the headphones Kaito has, but those are kind of consistently always changing in all of his models. Okay, and the fluffy hair. I'm gonna get the shape down first. It goes up about this high. He's got fluffy here. And it goes up from here. Alright. Yeah, I wonder if Sega's like really protective over their music. I've heard about copyright claims being a lot more popular for Nintendo lately. And I know Nintendo's pretty stingy with things. But I don't know about Sega. Because they're the kind of people that are like, oh yeah, well, a fan like totally just made our product better, but instead of like shutting them down, we're just gonna hire them. And I'm like, okay, well, very non-Nintendo of them. So Nintendo's like, fan did a fan project, shoot it down. They're anti-progress when it comes to taking those things as criticism. Okay. So Kaito. Oh shoot, I did not draw Kaito in school nearly as much as I drew Miku or Len. I know he's got like blue cuffs. I know he doesn't have gloves. Damn, am I gonna have to look up a reference? I'm so sorry, Kaito, I failed you. I know he's got like... Also, his outfit changes so much. I know he's got like a pocket here on one of his sleeves, and it kind of goes down into an arrow. I just don't know how far it goes into an arrow, or if it's on the sleeve, or if it's on the cover. So I'm gonna have to Google Kaito. I want to learn how to sing this song, but I can never do like the cool audio effects that Len does. Kaito Vocaloid! Give me that boy in his original form, and not one of the 700 million reincarnations, especially not the one where his scarf looks like it's made out of rubber for some reason. Man, I love this song, and I love the outfit for this song so much. I want to own it. I want to wear it. I want to have that outfit. It's so cool. Maybe it would help if I put the scarf over the shoulder, and then you would know it was Kaito. Kaito cosplay. Let's keep drawing Crow and cosplaying people. It's gonna seem like I don't like his outfit. I love his outfit. I was right about those arrows. I know this boy better than I thought. But I misplaced the pocket. And the arrow's a little different. I don't remember that, but you know what? We're going with it. I feel like I'm just like drawing something that he hasn't drawn himself and wouldn't think to draw himself. Draws him as Kaito. Like draws him as a Rock Lee. Oh my goodness, why isn't this moving? Oh. And gonna have that button panel. And the dance for this song is pretty ridiculous. I think there's a lot of Miku Miku dances that I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't think that looks as cool as maybe the choreographers thought it did. Okay, no gloves. We got cuffs, which are really hard to draw from this angle. We'll figure out. Sure. You know, one of his Vocaloid producers, other than Eve, who does produce some Vocaloid songs, who are like more gung-ho about taking people's stuff down if they use their music. I'm sure there are. Like, surely Krypton Media is like a little protective. So Kaito eating cold stuff while wearing warm clothes, I think that really expresses his character. So this hand does not make any sense. I don't know how to make a hand hold a popsicle. I guess that's... It's such a small hand, though. But the popsicle's so small. How do adults eat popsicles? Udi says, I have returned! Is your shift over? I hope that you had a good time away. I am currently drawing Crowan as Kaito for fun. It is over! Yay! We'll hopefully listen to some good jams on the way home, or you're already home and you're just chilling. Getting dinner ready for the night. I think it's already like 8 though there, isn't it? Hopefully you've eaten already. Crowan's looking fresh as hell. I wanted to draw him something I knew he wouldn't draw himself, because he's like, he draws so often and he's so good at it. I'm like, I need to draw him something that he wouldn't think to do himself. So hopefully drawing himself as Kaito is good. I don't actually think he's super into Vocaloid, but he was playing something with Vocaloid in it recently. I don't know what it was, but I was like, you know what? He might get the reference. But I'm really trying to sketch this one, because oh my goodness, Aki just got out of control. I did it for almost 2 hours straight. I need to drink real quick. Alright. Let's go. We're gonna sketch Crowan with ferocity! Or I don't know if it's furiously or... Yeah, I guess furiously. We're gonna sketch him furiously. Why am I doing this with such thick, layout now that I think about it? Maybe that's one of the reasons why it's taking me so long, is because I have the ability to do clean lines, but I should just do lines with really low density. And I'll do it from this angle, too. Oh, wait, that's too low. Oh, also why is my opacity down that low? Okay, let's go. Sketching. No going back. No returns. No fixing things. We gotta go. Speed draw. Yeah, Udi, I hope your time at work was good, that you're having a good drive, or a good time, and that you have a good dinner, or that you've already eaten a good dinner. I have no clue what I'm going to eat for dinner tonight. I've recently been indoctrinated as... Is that the right word for it? Initiated? Well... What is the thing where you get, It's not adopted? You know what? I recently changed roles as a person. I don't know how else to word that. I recently converted from someone who part-time works his ass off way more than he is actually capable of, to part-time working a little less and trying to instead become a house husband for my awesome platonic wife. And I'm not great at it. I hope to get there at some point. She would disagree. She would be like, wow, you're such good moral support though, and you always make the best parts of my day, and you're just you being you is enough. And I'd be like, yeah, but now that she's working like all the time, it's like, well, I should be the one getting groceries, and I should be the one cooking and cleaning and stuff now. Just because that's like the division of labor among a household that seems fair, not because that should inherently be the obligation of the person who stays at home. It is so hard not to sing along with this part. Like, it's like ingrained in my blood. I can see the Romaji for this, like, flashing across my eyes. No, I must resist. It's just such a good song. I love this song so much. Oh my gosh, and if you've never heard Glutamine's version, I'll spell it out on the screen for you to save you some trouble. Glutamine remote control. You can probably spell remote control, but I know glutamine's a weird word. Okay. Look at this. Gaze upon this. Google it. His cover is so good. I love it. He has so much energy in everything he does, which means like one of my favorite cover artists. And yeah, maybe he doesn't always hit every pitch right. Maybe he doesn't always like sing perfectly or get all the words right, but like his energy is just, you know what, it reminds me of Crowan. Although Crowan does do everything pretty like expertly in comparison to Glutamine. But he does things with such like loud energy and such like confidence that it's like can't help but to be really in awe. Sing it now, yeah. Okay. Wait, was I paying attention to those glasses really hard? I can't do that. I gotta go ahead. Browse these brows, am I right? Yeah, I want to be better at that. I want to start being able to go to the store more. Once we figure out money stuff, that'll be easier. But then I can hopefully be someone who's like, oh, I know all the groceries that are in the house, and I can cook and clean all the things in the world, and I'll be super productive as someone to live with. Dude, I love this song. I actually like downloaded it on my phone, but the download got corrupted. And so like half the song is missing. But I feel like this song definitely benefits from context. Like the music video is really good. You know, if I don't have Spotify open as a window, it doesn't actually change inside the software on the screen. So I have like double Spotify open right now. But I like check up every now and then to be like, is it working? Like, is it showing the song? And it says, hey yo, is that Crow and Kaito? It is Crow and Kaito! I wanted to draw him something I didn't think he'd draw himself. And so I was like, you know what? He played a Vocaloid themed game recently. I'm gonna go ahead and I know what he played! I was so curious. This whole time I was like, I know he played something Vocaloid recently. He played Ocarina of Time, I think, but as Miku? So I was like, he'll get this, I hope. But I was gonna draw his little bandana, and I was like, I'll make it a scarf. I like that emoji. It's so cute. Or when it says, wait, he did? And I missed it? I think so. I also missed it, but I was very busy at the time, unfortunately. But yeah, I saw a thumbnail, something like that, where he did Ocarina of Time Miku? And I was like, okay, so I've never heard him, I don't know if I've ever heard him talk about Vocaloid, but I'm like, he must know, right? So drawing him as Kaito won't be totally left field, and he'll be like, dude, I don't even know Vocaloid. But he knows us. He knows a lot of people who like Vocaloid, so surely he knows. And now I'm like, am I forgetting conversations I had with him about Vocaloid? Because I might have. Alright, oh, hairline. Goodness gracious, I forgot the hairline. Alright. Revenant says, he's flirted with my wifey one too many times. Megurine and Luca? Does that count? I mean, if he... I think it's acknowledging them, so I would count that. If I remember correctly, Luca's your favorite, right? I feel like... I'm trying to think of which Vocaloid I would say is wife material the most. For me. I like Mako. I like Green's haircut. It's probably just Miku, though. As basic as it is, I have a lot of respect for her. I don't even know if I could be like, you're my wife. I just be like, you're my idol. That's about it. When it says Miku is actually LOL. Oh, hey! Sorry, I got it wrong. But yeah, he's flirting with Miku. Well, you know what? That does put more doubt in it, though, because if he's flirting with Luca, I'm like, well, then he knows at least the other Vocaloids, so he might know more. But now I'm like, wait, if it's just Miku, everyone knows Miku, even if they don't know Vocaloid. Oh, no! Well, of course, let's not get too crazy, LMFAO. Yeah, I mean, I think the real husband material is probably... Gosh, there is good husband material, too. Both just genuinely have good vibes. But, I don't know. I grew up always loving Len. So I'm just like... That's cool. I like the nail polish, I like the ponytail. But Kaito is very handsome. And I like Kaito a lot too. Like, his voice is so pretty. Probably more husbandy material. Revenant says, but I would wear her hair as a scarf. Oki! Yeah, I like this song. I think they covered it on Bang Dream, and I was so like, it's so cool. Remote says, I love all of them. Yeah, I think they're all pretty dateable, honestly. And that's coming from an ARA perspective, but like, I think anyone with like a mind and opinions can say that any Vocaloid is pretty darn dateable. They're all pretty darn cool. Oh my gosh, my coworker actually, he held up his wallet one day, and it had Miku on it, and he was like, do you know who Miku is? And I was like, and I held up my wallet, and it also has Miku on it. I was like, yes, I do know who Miku is. We had two different wallets that were both Miku. It was a good interaction, but then I found out, I was like, oh my gosh, are you like Vocaloid? Because like, you have like a Miku wallet, so like, you must be super into it, like me. He's like, she found Miku like 2 months ago, and I was like, that recent? Wow. Like, that was like this year. You discovered Miku in the year 2022? That's pretty cool. It's nice to know that she's still getting like fans. Remember, and it said, I have a keychain of Buff Miku, and one of my coworkers asked who the fuck that was. It was hard to explain. Oh, there's this one thing on Etsy, and it's like Buff Len eating a banana, and I'm very tempted to get it. But yeah, it's our Lord and Savior, Hatsune Miku. I can't believe they didn't know. But I work at a nerd store, so like none of my coworkers know Hatsune Miku, and I'm like, we work at a nerd store. We sell a Hatsune Miku figurine like alongside our anime figurines, like at least once every few months we get like a new Miku figurine, but they're like, I don't know who that is. Until this one coworker, he was like, do you know what this is? And I was like, finally someone here who knows Miku. And then he's like, yeah, I kind of know her. I'm like, you know Len? And he's like, who? And I was like, Reem, Luca, Mako, Kaito? And he's like, what are those? And I'm like, they're also Vocaloids, like Miku. But I got to introduce him to the others, but he didn't seem as interested. He was like, I just like this Miku character. I'm like, okay, well, that's fair. I think you're missing out a little bit, but as long as you're having fun. So, Revenants, how the heck do you draw a popsicle? Do you know how to draw someone holding a popsicle? I'm so lost here. I'm looking at it this whole time like, why did I make him have the popsicle? I should have just done it more chibi. Evan says, I know, right? Especially since they really liked House of Cards. Miku did a really good job in that. What? I don't know how to draw. Dang. Miku in House of... Is this a meme I don't know of? Or is she really in House of Cards? House of Cards was that super serious, like, Netflix drama, right? I might be thinking of something else. Ronan says, it's a stupid joke, lol. Is it take the knowledge of House of Cards? So yeah, I guess I wouldn't get that, but I appreciate the joke anyways. Oh yeah, this song always makes me want to go play DDR at the arcade. I cannot believe they have that. Although DJ Roller Coaster, whatever it's called, Groove Coaster, has Live and Learn by Crush 40, so it's hard to turn into two of them. Ronan says, I'll tell you more about it later, probably. Please do! It might sound weird, but I actually do like joke explanations, and I like to understand people's references and stuff. Although, sometimes it kills the joke, or it's not like a fun process to explain a joke, so I understand if not. I keep saying my light is on, because it seems so dark in here, but it's just getting really dark outside and I'm next to a window. Revenant says, Groove Coaster has Undertale! What? No way! Like, what songs? That's so cool! I don't know how I found the Sega songs and not the Undertale ones. And said, damn, I want to go play now. Oh, nah, it's a really dumb joke. Only I would really get it. It's mostly for myself. You know what? Telling jokes for yourself is really important. I respect that. Like, sometimes I'll say an inside joke that I'm like, that didn't Didn't make sense to literally anyone. But I knew it was there, and I felt like it had to be said. You know, like, that's important. That's self-respect. Everyone says, like the boss themes. LOL, Megalovania, Bone Trestle, Death by Glamour. Ooh, yay, Bone Trestle. You know, Bone Trestle's not one of my favorite boss themes. I like it, but Papyrus is my favorite character, so I, by nature, just really like that song. It makes me think of him. But Death by Glamour is probably one of my favorite boss themes. And then Megalovania, I specifically have one remix of it that I really, really like. The song itself is already really good, but there's one remix to it that, like, man, I wonder if I have it actually, like, on my computer, because then I'll just pause and then have you hear it, because it's, like, such a good remix, but the person who remixed it only got known for remixing that song after a while. And so they, like, took it down, and they were super ticked about it. They're like, everyone, can you stop knowing me? Just this remix I did. And, no, it's not on my computer. Well, I'll have to share it sometime, because I have it downloaded. I have access to that song. But it was, like, the best Megalovania remix ever. I was so sad they took it down, just because they were like, stop knowing me as the guy who remixed that one Megalovania. I'm like, but it was so legendary. What says, was it Goosebumps? It was a Shiro Novelix or something like that, or Shiro Novolin? Shiro Novatani? Oh, gosh, I remember, it's like Shiro and then Nova something, and I don't remember the rest of their name. Remember, it says, oh, I thought you meant Bone Trestle for a sec. No, it was a Megalovania, like, super awesome remix. Man, Undertale really was something else. It makes me want to play Mother because people always compare the two, like, story-wise. And I'm sure it would do just as much psychic damage to my soul. Alright, and these eyes like a similar-ish shape. Can't keep questioning things, I gotta move forward. But, okay. I read the first part of your joke explanation. I don't know to talk about it or not, because Private messaged it to me. But thank you, I will read it more later. But I just want to say thank you for sending it to me. It's like, just from what I read, I'm like, this is very interesting and I really want to know. I think interesting design choices like when characters have like white pupils. I think it's like I guess it's supposed to be like the reflected light or whatnot, but I think it's really cool looking. Princess, and now I lurky. Oh, thanks for being here. And you said it'll be a mystery. Yeah, I won't share your PMs or anything. But thank you for explaining the joke to me. I'm excited to learn the inside joke. Be on the inside. Yeah, take care and thanks for being here. Recently designed a character with facial hair like this. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything with them, but I'll be sure to keep you guys updated if I do. Alright, next drawing will be Elvis and then Brevs. I didn't mean to sing one and not the other as a way of showing any sort of bias, but more singing it because it's the last one and it's exciting. Man, Kakepro has such good songs. And like, for anyone who knows Kakepro or like the whole music series for Kakepro, the thing is, it's like a 27 song series or whatever. Don't quote me on that. It's 20 something. I don't know the exact number. Probably 24. But they came out with like it was a song series and they had a whole story to it. It made an anime. It had a novel. It had a manga. And I really really love it. I have a whole wall of posters for it. But the thing is, they released one final song, one additional song called Additional Memory, and it was. I thought that it ended with this song called Summertime Memory, and it was like, or Summertime Record. And that was seen as the last song for. I just got chills, just thought of Summertime Record. There's so much emotions packed into those songs. Like I was like, okay, so it probably like ended with Summertime Record or whatnot, and that was the fan, but they made a song, I think, like a year or so later, if not longer, called Additional Memory. And I've never listened to it because saying goodbye to it the first time was so hard. I like the way Kage Pro as a series impacted me. It was so much. I had a Konoshuya backpack, and I cosplayed Konoshuya, and I drew fan art of him a lot, and I related to his character a lot. But he was such a cool guy, and I had a keychain of him, and one day, like, it was like a cute small chibi keychain, and the body of it fell off, so I just had the head attached to my backpack, and I was devastated until one of my kohai, oh sweet kohai, they were so nice, they found it in the middle of a parking lot that I went through on my way to class. I was so happy I could have cried, because, like, man, it meant so much to me to have that keychain. It meant so much to me to just know that series and have any merch to, like, represent that. But yeah, to Konoshiya backpack for school. It was really cool. But it's just like, saying goodbye to Kage Pro the first time was so hard. I'm like, I don't know if I want to say goodbye to it again. So I'm just leaving additional memory. Just that. An additional memory in the back of my mind. Never to be finished. Someday I'll probably watch it, and then I'll probably cry. And I'll be really sad, because it'll be over all over again. Sometimes I feel like that when it comes to visiting friends. Where it's like, kind of that way where it's, oh, I get to see you all over again, like there's more content in a way. Like we get to hang out once more. But once we say goodbye, it's like saying goodbye again all over again, because you never know when you're gonna hang out next. At least for me, a lot of my friends are all over the nation and all over the globe. So, unless you've got like an exorbitant amount of time and money, it's not really possible to visit a lot of my friends. And that is sad. To put it simply. But it's kind of that feeling, I guess, whenever you have a series that impacts you so much that it feels like it's part of your home in your heart. And then you have to say goodbye to it, and then you have to say goodbye to it again because it makes more content. You're like, no, stop! It was hard the first time! Is there any way I could just, like, draw this hand like this? And you'd forgive me. At least now it's more like Kaito, so I don't think I need to color it to make it look like Kaito. Because I was like, I'm going to color this scarf. But I don't think so anymore. I think making the line weight different on this, gosh, it is so hot in this house. Brevs, if you were listening, if there is any way I can request that the apartment be a little colder, that would be super swell. And if you're not listening, to everyone listening, it is really hot here. I feel bad though, because I'm supposed to have the fan on the computer, and I do not have a fan on the computer right now. It's not breathing heavy or anything. Like, it seems to be doing just fine for itself. Thank goodness I'm not playing any heavy games or anything today, although I did really consider if I, like, blew through these playing a game with you guys today, because I really do look forward to doing more, like, exciting things together. Namely Beat Saber, but lots of other cool stuff too. I really do want to play the new Eve remake. That is on my wish list. Eve is one of my favorite games of all time. I also ordered a physical copy of Omori, and I may record that because I don't want to get, if it's puzzle oriented in any way, I know I'll just get distracted in conversation and I'll just keep forgetting what I'm doing, and I won't be able to, like, effectively concentrate to actually play the game or give my reaction to it. I'll just be really deep in conversation. And I want to actually enjoy Omori. I've actually have a bit of a history with it, so I'm very excited to actually own it. I actually didn't know when it came out, which was a weird feeling because I do have a history with it, so it's like, it feels like something I should have known about. And when it did come out, I didn't play it right away. It's just life's been busy. So I'm excited to play it. That and Rune Factory. I kind of want to play that on stream just because I want to, like, have an authentic reaction that's not based off of, like, exterior stimulus, you know, like conversations and whatnot. Like, I'm like, I want to, like, make sure I, like, react to that game thoroughly and give it my time and attention and actually, like, enjoy it privately almost. So maybe share that with those who want to see. But, like, at the same time, it seems like one of those games where I could get so easily lost and have no clue what the fuck to do, and I have friends who played it, and I'm like, maybe I could stream it so then people can backseat game with me and just tell me what to do. And without backseat gaming, doing things on stream and just being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna talk about a whole bunch of stuff, is like nothing's gonna get done, and then I'll probably just waste my days, and then I'll have like a really unproductive life in Rune Factory 5. And you know what? If I'm gonna finally play a really cool licensed dating simmy game where I have to impress a cool ass husband, I want to do it with a cool house where I can be like a licensed game where I can be gay and date guys. I want to like do it right. I've been given this privilege already, and I can't just throw it to the wind carelessly. Alright, I think once I get this arrow, we might be done with Carmen. And you know what? That took like only an hour, I think. But he gave me the tools I needed to realize I should just draw with a lower opacity marker so I don't try to fuck with it as hard. Let me see how this looks. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Alright. Is the hair shape right? Try to get out of my way. No, it kind of goes up more and I made it go back more. So let me go ahead and move it just slightly. Moving it over, moving it over. His hair's pretty tall. Okay. And it fucked up this line over here, so I'll go ahead and redraw that line. Dreaming Choo Choo. Dreaming Choo Choo is one of those songs that's on Project Diva that, like, you can't, oh. What is it? Project Diva is one of the songs, or Dreaming Choo Choo is one of the songs on Project Diva that they have you play, and it looks really cool, and you got cute outfits for it, but for some reason they show you the music video, and there's no 3D character on it, so that even if you dress up Luca for the song, it doesn't make a difference, because it's just gonna play the music video. And the music video is cute, but I could just Google it. But I realized I need to recalibrate my settings. Alright. I also need to take a drink, so 1 second. Rowan still hasn't seen Spider-Verse, because I'm gonna have to watch that with him at some point. Is this lopsided? Probably. But so was Kudo Nose when I looked back at it. Now it's like, whoops. That wasn't supposed to be that way. It's just how art goes sometimes. Oh man, we have this one neighbor who I feel so bad. They have like a pit bull, and some days they'll just put it in the dog pen we have literally right outside of our apartment specifically, and it'll be like 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, and they'll just leave it out there and it'll just bark for like an hour, if not longer. And my roommate and I try really hard not to resent it, because it's just a poor dog that's been left out. It's really hard when you're trying to sleep and you got a lot of stuff to do in the morning. And this dog is barking, but it's also like, it just makes me really resent the person leaving the dog out specifically, because I'm like, the dog I feel for, even though it is the cause of a lot of stress and anxiety, it's also probably anxious and stressed, because someone left it outside and just kept it out there. So, anyways, PSA, be a better dog owner. Don't leave your dog out in places where they bother all of your neighbors for really long periods of time. Please. I beg of you. Let your neighbors sleep. So, I was thinking of songs that would be really funny to do covers of. One of them was Gigantic OTN, because I thought that would just be really hilarious. Like, what a great time. I wish I liked that song more. I don't think it's as catchy as I want it to be, and I looked up English lyrics just so I didn't have to learn the really fast rap in that song in Japanese, although that would be fun. I just don't feel like I have time for it. Alright, I think we're good. I'm gonna write his name on it. But, oh wait, I didn't give him his earring! Gotta include that. But, goodness gracious, I forgot what I was saying. Thoughts gone with the wind. Man, I wonder if one day I'll be able to play games like Resident Evil and not get super chicken scared by them. Maybe I'll become desensitized. I do want to play Phasmophobia with others someday. And hopefully that will desensitize me to scary things. It doesn't look too scary. In fact, it just looks kind of fun. But we'll see. Alright. I don't know why I drew the feather this way. But you know what? Good enough. Hey, it's Kano-san. Oh yeah, I was talking about Gigantic OTN and the song lyrics and how they're really hard to learn. Anyways, I just don't like that song enough. I wish though, because it's a really funny themed song. Like, it's just really obscene that it exists. But, let me write Crowan's name. Crowan. And then get rid of his references, crop it, and then we're good to go. Move on to the next one. Still making decent time. Like, not for how many I had to do. I really should be doing it faster than this. For, like, only having so many. But, still decent time. I kind of made his feathers look like antenna. Like he's also an alien. Okay. So there's Crow and Kaito. Oh, am I saving these right as PNGs afterward? Let me check. I did not save Akito's. Goodness gracious, this is too clean. What the heck am I doing? Okay. So there's Crowan. And now on to Elpis. Okay, now I've never drawn Elpis before, especially not this design, and it's got some flowers incorporated, but you know, I'm gonna give it my all. I'm gonna give it my all, and I'm gonna sketch this, and we're gonna get it done. Probably not before 8 o'clock my time, but, no, which is in like less than half an hour. But you know what, if we can get the sketch done before then, that would be cool. So Elpis is my old roommate in college. A Fluttershy lover, a Hanyo lover, and both of those suit her personality a lot. We played Love Live together, and we watched lots of anime together. Probably gonna get some tattoos together. I haven't spoken with her in a really long time. In fact, she actually was gonna commission me to design some tattoos, and I was like, dude, I'll just design some tattoos. And so I designed some tattoos, she gave me her feedback, and then I just never responded, and I genuinely think that was in 2021. And we've talked since then. Like, on Twitter, I guess. But we haven't talked, like, DMs since then. This is how bad I am at responding to people. So if you're like, man, I haven't responded to my friend in a few weeks. I haven't responded to Elpis in a really long time. Yeah, we're still, like, know of each other. We still, like, support each other. Most of my friends are pretty understanding that I have, like, really I have a really scattered brain, I guess. And they're like, also, my friends are usually pretty busy too. And I know ultimately it's like, well, they could reach out. It's like, well, she technically already did, and I need to respond. But I haven't made the time to. I would like to. Now that schedules are changing, hopefully I can find the time to. And I really just want to catch up and see how she's doing. She's always very nice. Very good big sister figure. But also very shy, very modest. Also, the cutest Hanyo cosplayer you'd ever meet, so I'm so sorry to everyone else that, unless you meet Elpis specifically, you'll probably just never see the cutest Hanyo cosplayer in the whole world. So sorry for your loss. Yeah, more glasses. I wonder if I'll draw Brevs with glasses too. I'll have to ask her. I like the blue on these. I always liked colored glasses and designing characters with them. But you know what? Drawing colored glasses is way bitchier to do than drawing non-colored glasses, because if they're just black, then you can just whack them all in and you don't have to worry about the shape too much. But I think colored ones look better. Okay, it looks like she's got thin brows. Brev says, take all the time you need, Rain. I understand that pain of having a hard time replying. Well, thank you. Thanks for always being so understanding. But I don't have much problem responding to you, because you live with me. But thank you for understanding. If I were to need to respond to you, that I take my time. So thanks. It is nice to have such understanding friends. Hey bitch, I'm always down for glasses. Alright, well then I'll draw you with glasses. Alright, I'm gonna give her some blush. And a small smile. And probably be kind of nervous, because she's just got that Hanyo energy. Kind of looks like the Eve one I did, where they were like moe. You know what? The Meganiko personality type totally fits her, and she totally has glasses. I'm gonna get a piece here of hair. And there's this one that curls around everything. And Brev says, not to me, just in general. Take all the time with them. I'm sure they understand. Oh! Thank you. Yeah, I guess I was caught off guard because I didn't know if you were speaking on everyone's behalf or not. But, I mean, you probably know better than I would. I have a very biased view of, like, my expectations of myself. But you are a friend, so you probably know better what they feel. Yeah, most of my friends are super chill and understanding. And by most of them, I mean literally all of them. I don't think I befriend many people who are impatient. Rude. I like when hairs do these loops and stuff like that in here. It's so cool. I love wavy hair. That's why in my human disguise, I make sure my hair is wavy. I just think it looks very pretty. I don't think there's anything against straight hair. I mean, I have straight hair. It's just how it goes. I just like the different textures that humans can have in there. I think it's why it's one of my favorite things to draw. You know, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure totally feels like the kind of thing that Elpis would get into. Elpis was always into, like, super in-depth storytelling stuff that, like, went off the handles and things. Remember, she showed me a series called Kakaishi, and I'd never even heard of it, but, you know, I think, like, Volume 3 is in my store right now, and I'm, like, I always think about getting it for her. But, she made a show Kakaishi. That was pretty off the wall. That was really cool, though, and I shoot fan art for it, and I really enjoyed it, but I just have such a hard time committing to things that have, like, emotional depth beyond, like, just friends hanging out. Because even those things, I just get so invested in. So it's like, I can't, getting invested in something that has, like, a deep plot and everything like that, too. That's just so hard for me. So, I shared her some idol animes with, like, meaningless drama. And then she was like, here's some really intense, cool stuff. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm not as interested. I want to be mutual. Oh man, I forgot the hair pieces. There we go. Got the side ones. I have a friend named Devin who has hair like this too, where it's very, very wavy and very short and curly. I love that. Reminds me of Marmalade Boy. There's a character named Meiko Akizuki. She has super wavy hair, and I just think it's so nice. The way that people draw it too is so different. Alright. Doesn't seem like she's got super long lashes or anything like that, so I won't do those. I kind of wish I just copied and pasted the lenses, because I don't want to draw another one. We'll make it work. This is very lopsided. I hate when you turn things sideways. Brev says Devin has that kind of hair I'd sleep in. The kind of hair you'd sleep in? And Mako, I guess. Mako's got cute hair. Your hair looks like Mako's. But, I guess Elpa's probably's got their hair cut short too now, since they gave me this reference. Man, I haven't seen them in so long. I wonder if we even live close to each other, because we haven't talked much since I moved. But now I'm moving again. So even if we live close together, there's probably some chance we meet each other before I left. Moving's interesting, I guess, because to get used to a whole new group of people and a whole new place and a whole new culture, and sometimes you can't wait to get out of the last one you had. But I think there will always be something to be sad about whenever you move. So ultimately, it is just a loss. And a gain, but a loss. But I'm very prepared and very excited for the potential loss of the place I live now. Although I've made lots of friends, and Brev's family's here, which is really cool, and I'll miss that a lot. Oh, and here I live closer to Monochrome too, and I think that's one of the things I'll miss the most. Probably Brev's family and Monochrome. I wonder if I get enough strikes on things. Like last time where I had the Eve song playing, and then it was like, hey, you have an Eve song playing, so we took it out, and we also took out the rest of your audio. I wonder with, like, if you get too many of those, they'll, like, strike you out or ban you or, like, something like that. I couldn't find too much information on it. Rev says, I'll miss my parents' cats and playing porn games with Monochrome. Yeah, I'll miss that too. We'll have to immediately play Honey Pop with Monochrome online. Once we move. We'll have to replay it from start to finish, which is something I've done probably like 8 times. And that's Honey Pop 1. Honey Pop 2 I've only replayed like 3 times. Mr. Dippity says, what games? And Brev says the Tokyo Ghetto incident of 2022. Yeah, my debut incident. Mr. Dippity says, what games? Specifically Honey Pop. I would play more Eroge, but unfortunately a lot of the themes are usually like school, and that skeezes me out sometimes. But if anyone had any more fun mechanic, like adult character Eroge to recommend me, I would be super stoked. I would love to play a lot more Eroge that had characters over 18 and had fun mechanics. Because Honey Pop's like little like bubble pop thing isn't revolutionary, but it actually just makes for like fun stakes or whatnot. Like I don't just have to like say the right thing, which like I'm not opposed to, and I'll probably end up playing dating sims. So wait a second, Mr. Dippity, hello! Sorry that was so delayed. It's just that I felt your presence this whole time, so I was just like, oh yeah, it didn't even faze me. But I realized I didn't say hello. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're having a good day. And yeah, if you have any Eroge to recommend, please let me know. But yeah, I think those were fun to play with Monochrome where we just pass off the controls. It'd be harder to do that from long distance because I guess we could pass over like the mouse controls because it does only really need a mouse. Resident Ruby said, been lurking for some time, but I was in class. Oh, thanks for being here. I knew I felt your presence, but it's also in my heart. But I hope class is going well. Not too much of a drag. Hopefully learning exciting new things. You know, I had some classes in college that I genuinely look forward to. But also I like anime and video games, so most classes I don't look forward to, because I'd rather be doing that. So hopefully it didn't drag too hard. Ugh, makes me think of in college. I had to take a bus to school for quite a while before like Rev started taking me to school and before Elpis lent me their car. And the bus was fun. I did like the bus, but dang, at the end of a really long school day, especially at like 8 p.m. and you just did like a 4-hour class, you're super tired. Like, you're drained from learning, and you have to go through a sketchy neighborhood to go to the bus stop, just to go home. My classes can be so draining. Oh yeah, and the flowers. I could try to draw them in the style that they are inside the picture. Oh heck, I just learned a new way to draw flowers. This looks cute as heck. Brev says, my college catchphrase, fuck the fucking bus. Yeah, Brevs did kind of taxi everyone around for a while, because Brevs was like, fuck the bus. Like, what a waste of time. And like, you're so tired, I'll just drive you home. Brevs, an angel. More than a coffee machine. But also Elpis, who let me use their car. It's very sweet of them. They're like, oh, if I don't have classes, just use my car. But then Elpis' original car was a little unreliable, so then Brevs would drive Elpis places whenever their car broke down. So yeah, whether it was Elpis or Brevs, you recovered. Kind of want to give Elpis horns, because she's like super into dragons and things like that. But I'll refrain. This almost feels like I don't need a cleanup sketch, but I would feel rude if anyone had a sketch this messy when everyone, like, there are people getting really clean drawings I've been making. Like, you know what? No. I will do a cleanup sketch, but this doesn't look bad. I'm not trying to tune my horn or anything. Just I'm like, you know what? This isn't a bad state. This is a song I'm always worried is going to get me copyright struck. Bro says, make her a hedgehog. I designed her as a Sonic character once, but I made her a bat, like a Honduran bat, because she really likes those. But I'm like, I should have made her just a hedgehog. She loves hedgehogs. She owned a hedgehog. Whenever I see hedgehogs, I do think of her. Unless you're Sonic the Hedgehog, in which case I think of you. Okay, sketch of the head done. Maybe I'll just do like a really shy wave. Or maybe just like, wait, why did I do this all in the wrong way? Or what the heck am I doing? Maybe like holding the hands to the chest. Maybe holding a book. She does like to read a lot. She was reading Wotakoi last I saw her. I wonder if she ever got around to it. Maybe I'll make her holding Kikaishi. Lots of people reading books this time. What am I doing? Okay. This breakdown in this song. Man, I remember Elpis always had the coolest Marvel stuff. She had like a really cute Loki hoodie. She had a really... I like knew her for her Captain America sweater. Like, I was like, that was like her most iconic piece of clothing, I felt like. But, what's weird is I don't think she really liked Captain America that much. She liked him alright. Man, hearing the other openings to animes, I just really wish that Marmalade's opening was, you know what? Fuck it, I'm playing Marmalade's opening in YouTube. I'm so sad there's no Marmalade music anywhere. Or you know what? I can play Kei's song, which is absorbently long, but is really beautiful. So here, let me go ahead and turn this down. Turn this up. I don't think I'll get copyright struck for this, so let's just enjoy some nice Kei's music. Thank you for listening to Kay's song with me, called For You, for Miki. That's my radio host interpretation. Thanks for letting me play a song for 6 minutes straight. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, because I love that song. I could cry. Also, Brev said, "Oh my god, dude, I'm so stoked. But fuck Kay." Oh, Kay Kun, sorry. Yeah, the character who plays that song in the anime, and by the way, that anime makes you sit through that whole entire song. Like, it's not a musical anime, it's a love drama, and it's 72 episodes long, and this is why, because they make you sit through that whole song in the anime. Brev said, "I cried," and Dippity said, or Mr. Dippity said, "Pretty nice song." You liked it. Thanks for listening to it with me. Um, yeah, they make you sit through that whole song for some reason. And it's just like, it's weirdly placed, but it was beautiful, so I really couldn't complain. When I was in the anime, it's like a whole moment where it's like, oh yeah, like Kay is playing this song at the piano, and it's supposed to be like some gorgeous, beautiful moment, but like it makes you listen to the whole song so that you can like get the whole thing. Like, oh wait, goodness gracious, how do I change the audio? So like they make you listen to the whole thing because you're at his piano recital essentially, and they're trying to be like, oh well, it's like if you were actually at a piano recital sort of thing. So like it would, you want to listen to the whole thing, you would listen to the whole thing. But it's like, I guess I kind of did really feel like I was there for a recital for some stupid jackass character who's like a huge piece of shit. Um, they, I was kind of impressed. They kind of did a good job at being like, okay, here's 6 minutes of a song. You're like, you know what? It did feel like I was at his recital. He was a piece of shit, but he's really fucking talented. And now we've got Marmalade Boy music in the background. It's too loud or too quiet, because now it's on YouTube and not Spotify. But, Brev says, make this fucking sister thinking. Oh. And then, oh wait, I was thinking of when he confessed on Christmas, lol. Like, he's a really shitty character who has no chance with the main character because she's already dating someone and is very happy with them when he meets her, but he decides he wants to take her away anyways. And by doing so, he just calls her his lady and like a special someone all the time. And she's just like, dude, I am dating someone. Like, you fuck off. But he just doesn't listen. And he plays her a song. He plays her that song technically called For You. And it's for Miki. Gosh, this song is so good. Or 72 episodes of this song in it, baby. But, yeah, he sings the song. He's like, this goes to my special someone in the crowd on Christmas. And she's like, dude, I'm dating someone. Like, I'm happy with him. Like, stop being weird. But he does play the whole song in its entirety, because he only played part of it at the Christmas thing. He played the whole song in its entirety at this piano recital later. And it was when she was, like, kind of up in the air about her relationship, so he was, like, more of a threat. He was never a threat. She's dating the guy that she ends up with in the theme song. She kisses the guy she ends up with in the theme song. And it's like, this guy doesn't stand a chance. He's like in part of the theme song and never next to her. Like, I wonder who she's gonna end up with. And it's never like who she gonna end up with. It's more like how the heck can everything go wrong before then? If she ends up with the guy she's gonna end up with by the end, on like episode 20, it's just like, what the fuck's gonna happen between now and then? What drama are they gonna go through? And I'm glad. It really did feel like on episode 20, like it was more of like an endgame thing. Where it's like the episode 20 felt like it really ended the series because they got together. But there's 52 episodes after that of drama and turmoil and other people's relationships, and it gets pretty wild. It's a very fun series. It's called Marmalade Boy. Definitely recommend it. First says, oh my god, the fucking guitar solo. And Finley said, oh bro, ain't even in the theme song. No, I don't know why they throw in random guitar solos. I'm like, I guess it's 94, go for it. I guess it was 94 when the story came out. I don't know when the anime came out. It might have been 2004? But it is credited as one of the reasons that shoujo got brought to America. Or popularized in America, I guess. Because it was, like, revered. And I'm like, you know, Sailor Moon's credited for getting magical girl anime to, like, many nations. And we all know of it. How the heck is Marmalade Boy credited for, like, spreading shoujo? when no one knows that this show exists. It's probably just because it didn't age well. But I have a hard time thinking it ever was in the right age at any time. It is just so bizarre. When Revs and I watched this show, and we kept thinking it was the last time we'd hear the song, because they were gonna do like a theme song change partway through, and you're just like, oh no, like the song's gonna go away. We should like sing it the last time, but it like gave us English lyrics instead of the Romaji. The last time it was gonna show it to us, and we were like, put a burnt piece of toast in my mouth. I get my school uniform on, and I get ready to go out and see if I can chase my dreams. Like, we tried so hard to just like sing the English lyrics to the pace of the Japanese ones. It just ended up being so weird, but it was like, we were like, we have to sing it goodbye before we never hear this theme song again. Little did we know, we would not be saying goodbye to this theme song. It is used in so many facets of the anime. Rev says, Rain. Oh, you want me to play Rain? Rain? Oh yeah, not a drill. Oh? Do you not? Holy shot. Yeah? There's a Marmalade Boy. There's a Marmalade. What? What? It's dating. Can we date Satoshi? I just want to be his friend. What? Hold on, everybody. Let's do some research. And hope I don't dox myself. You just bought it on eBay? Oh, yeah. I got a new Game Boy and I know what I'm playing through first. What? Shit. Oh, maybe it's region locked, but I don't care. Oh my god. What? Hold on, let me, Deezer? No. Spotify? Okay. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Oh no, you're not. Damn it! Oh no. I did the wrong thing. Okay. This one. Oh no, wrong thing. Damn it, I'm trying to Google it with you guys. Okay, we're going from Psy to Marmalade Boy. Yeah, now you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and find out. Let's watch a trailer for this Marmalade Boy game, because holy shoot. Rev says, holy shit, dude, oh my fucking god, I'm so excited. I know, that's so cool. Oh wait, why did it just have the soundtrack again? Does it have a trailer? I didn't even know. No. But you know, I can show everyone I can show everyone the 360 turn of the Statue of Liberty. I love that there's a video called Miki's Death. She doesn't fucking die. There's no trailer for it. Okay, we're just gonna have to Google it. No, wait, why do I keep jumping in trailer? Goodness gracious, I'm scatterbrain. Mr. Deputy said Sonic Battle R. Oh wait, do you see that? Oh yeah, up top. That's actually a link to like a fan game. It's on Game Jolt. Shover recommended it to me. I actually downloaded it and played it last night, and it was really fun. I really like it. There was just one level that made me so motion sick I had to stop playing, but it's really cool, and I have to hook up a GameCube or a game controller to it so I can actually like play it better. Because with a mouse, it's just really funny, but it's super cool. I highly recommend it. It's very neat. Works really great. But Marmalade Boy the video game. Just real brief, I want to read a synopsis. It's a dating simulation video game based on the anime adaptation of Marmalade Boy. It was released by Bandai for the Nintendo Game Boy in 95. Dang, this series existed for like 1 year. They made a game. Brev said, I'm going to die. Rain. There's a Super Famicom version, too. There's a SNES version? We have to get it. Someday. Holy shoot. Date K? What the heck? As long as it gives me good music, but I hate K. The player assumes the role of Miki Koishikawa and picks out one of the three suitors, Yu Matsuda, Ginta Suo, or Kei Tsuchiya. Hopefully I date Ginta, but I just wish I was a Remy. Yeah, holy shit, this is so cool. Meiko Akizuki seems to assume the role of the narrator. The player is able to visit various places such as Torio High School and Bobson's. They can also chat with other characters including Arimi Suzuki, Suzu Sakuma, Suzu, and Satoshi. Can talk to Satoshi. The Super Famicom version of the game keeps the premise of the Game Boy version and follows the basic plot of the anime. Wait, but then what does the SNES one do? It's really a different game. Oh my gosh, the screenshots! Wow. Brev says, holy shit, what a discovery. Yeah, wow! My goodness, we're gonna play the shit out of this. Okay. Try to leave everyone in the dark with music. I will go back to playing the soundtrack. I thought you were saying Rain because you were like, oh, you should play the song from Marmalade Boy called Rain. Which, yes, there's a song in Marmalade called Rain. Oh goodness, we're starting from the beginning. Maybe... I really want to play the ending theme song. The second one. It's really good. Oh my god, this one's ridiculous. I'll play this one too. Rev says, I'm going to rip my eyes out. I know! That's so exciting. I cannot believe it. That's ridiculous. I'm so glad you bought it. Wow. So I have a friend. I don't know what name to call her or if she wants me to, like, just call her by her name. But I have a friend who I think is really cool. And she's the one who showed me Marmalade Boy a long time ago. In middle school. I've known her since I was, like, 12. She's essentially like my sister. And she showed me Marmalade Boy because she used to watch it. She was like, this is such a ridiculous thing. Like, this content is so absurd. And she would show me clips of it. And in college, she sent me a bunch of clips of it that made me laugh so hard I had to show them to Brevs. And I was like, Brevs, you have to see this. This is so ridiculous. This anime is so absurd. And we, like, for 3 hours just watched clips that my old friend had sent me of the show. And they were, like, the best compilation. Like, we didn't even need to know any context. We were just like, this is so freaking funny. And then, we like, cried laughing for 3 hours about it. Because it was just, the clips were so funny. And then about the end of last year, or the beginning of this year, there was a store nearby that had, like, one of the copies of the DVD sets, but it was just really expensive. But we're like, that's cool. And then something happened. Yeah, we went to a store and we found the first volume of the show, or of the manga, for like $4. And I was like, dude, it's that one show we laughed about for like 3 hours one day. And Brevs was like, that's so cool, we gotta buy it. And so I bought it. And then we, like, immediately that night, like, we read it together and then we watched the first episode and we're like, we need more of this content. So then we got wedding money for getting married. And we bought like an $80 box set of Marmalade Boy on Amazon. And, like, we've never seen more than one episode, but we saw that one episode and we're like, we have to own this whole thing. This is such good content. And then we actually did enjoy all of it. It wasn't until about a week or two, that we actually finished the 72 episodes. So it's been like 3 months of watching Marmalade Boy. And it was so sad to see it go. We finished it off by watching the bloopers that came on the box set. It was really funny. But if I ever did like a watch party or something, I would totally just have us watch Marmalade Boy. I loved that series so much. I still do, clearly, because Brevs and I were just like freaking out for the Game Boy version. But oh my gosh, I'm so excited to play that. It'll be just like when I played the first Chico Kara DS game that was all in Japanese and I beat it somehow. I don't know Japanese. Not written anyways. And I don't know much of it spoken. but I tried, and I got through it. I beat that game. I cannot wait to somehow miraculously end up with one of the guys who definitely didn't try to date. Just like when Shiko Karama did that with me, and I was like, I tried to date Ikito, and then I ended up dating Kukai. Dang, I'm so excited. I hope they play the theme songs. But like in 8-bit. Oh no, I forgot about the fluffy parts. Rev says we stopped a week ago? It feels like an eternity. Yeah, we actually finished Marmalade Boy right before you started your new job. And now we've been watching Princess, and we're like... What is it? Like 6 episodes into Princess. So Princess is also like kind of a ridiculous anime, but it takes itself a little more seriously, I think. Well, it takes itself a little less seriously, I think. It's only like a 12-episode anime. I saw it in the store that I work at, and it's like... It was like $11 for all 12 episodes, like the whole thing, and I was like... And the premise was like, this guy, like, had a tragedy happen, so he, like, has to live with his aunt and uncle, but because they're low on funds, he finds an opportunity to live at this, like, all-boys prestigious school, and he decides to go there instead so that he doesn't have to, like, burden them. And then, he's like, but one kid keeps getting called Lord for some reason, and they're like, and he meets a beautiful girl, but it's an all-boys school. But little does he know, just to boost the school's morale, there's boys chosen to be princesses, and they have to... This whole time I forgot to switch the thing back, I'm so sorry! Shoot. Window capture? This whole time I've been drawing! Well, now you guys get to see a little bit of progress. There we go. She's got hair now. Finley says, watch party! Mr. Everybody says, what? Yeah, I was drawing this whole time. And I had it focusing on the YouTube video. Unfortunately, that was all blank. Mr. Everybody says, that description is, what? Oh yeah, so for morality, so the guys have to dress up as girls and become princesses to give morals to the other boys at the school. And he's pretty, so he gets chosen to be one of the princesses. And I read that, and I was like, $11 to buy this whole series? This series must be shit, like, if I'm being honest. But, like, I was like, it's $11. That's just a couple Happy Meals. Like, I might as well try it out. And so now we own it, and that's what we've been watching lately, because we're like, how bad is this gonna be? It can't top Marmalade Boy. Mr. Debris says, the hell? Yeah, we were like, this sounds really terrible. And you know what? It hasn't been great. The first episode is probably one of the most boring pilots I've watched in a while. Not the most boring pilot I've watched in a while, but one of the most boring pilots I've watched in a while. For such a weird premise. But yeah, it's very interesting so far. We actually just watched episode 6 or whatever, and it was... Episode 5 and episode 6 were actually good, I think. We were just like, huh. It actually felt like quality television, almost. Like, it was, like, not bad. But yeah, the premise is weird, the deliveries are incredibly stagnant, and... Rev says we're pretty bad about impulse buying garbage content. Well, yeah, but we spent $80 on Marmalade Boy garbage content because we knew it would be peak garbage. And you know what? It really is. Marmalade Boy is, like, peak garbage content, I feel like. Princess is just okay, but it wasn't very expensive. And it was kind of... I was like, maybe since nothing can rival watching Marmalade Boy and what the time we had with it, it's probably good we just have, like, a subpart anime afterward to watch in our bridge between watching another series. And, you know what? It certainly has been subpar. It's been alright. I'm liking some of the characters and some of the storytelling. But it's definitely been a little clunky. Mr. Deputy says, that doesn't even sound like a good garbage. Yeah, it was definitely one of those, like, hit or misses. I think I googled, like, is this anime good? And people were like, eh. It's okay. I expected it to be a lot more ridiculous and, like, a lot more sexist or transphobic. But it's not very transphobic, surprisingly, because it's an older anime, too. And I thought it was gonna be, like... I think the only, like, thing that could be interpreted that way is one guy's like, he's like, well, dressing as a girl hurts my pride as a man. And I'm like, I don't really think that's transphobic or anything, but it's probably something that airs on that side. But yeah, you kind of expect that plot line to have a lot more like sexism and transphobia, but it doesn't have as much as you'd think. And it was just kind of boring originally. So yeah, not like the greatest garbage. But the past 2 episodes haven't even been garbage. They've just been kind of interesting, and the characters have been kind of like nice to get to know. And I'm like, we didn't sign up for an anime that was like decent. We signed up for an anime that was shit. So it's been kind of a plot twist on us, I guess. It's been decent, but I'll keep you posted on how the rest of Princess goes. It's been an okay time. Finley says collecting the world's finest treasures. Yeah. Something like that. Collecting the world's judgment is more like it. Someone out there's favorite anime is probably Princess. I'm sorry for saying it was decent, but it's just decent to me. The character designs are cute enough. The outfits leave a little more to be desired, though, for like an anime about like having guys cross-dress. I expected the outfits to be a lot cuter. I'm surprised it doesn't have so many like gated gross hot takes, though. Surprised, but kind of relieved, because I was like, there's a chance that we might just not finish this content if it ends up having like really gross views or whatever. But no one online seemed to seem it was super offensive. Just really bizarre. And really, really gay. Like, not even just because it's a bunch of guys pretending to dress up as girls to a school full of boys to boost their morale. And the guys who are like, it's not a secret. They know these are just guys dressing as girls, but they just think they're really cute when they do it. And some things like, I think they just are tired of the same uniform and seeing another guy not in the same uniform is like, oh, how cute, almost. And I'm like, so that inherently is pretty gay. But, I don't even know this song. We watched all of Marmalade Boy. I do not remember half these songs. But not just that, but the characters just occasionally have like, there's one of the characters who dresses up as a princess, he has a girlfriend. And when he's like talks to the other two and asks why they don't have girlfriends, the blonde and the like blue-haired one have like started to become kind of friends and they've gotten closer, and it definitely seems like those are the two that if it actually did commit to being a romance, those two would get together. The blonde and the blue-haired one, they've like gotten kind of close, and the pink-haired one's like, well, why don't you guys have girlfriends or whatever? Like, you're really cute. You surely like don't have an issue getting girlfriends, and like you're really nice to be around. And they're just like, we probably won't be getting girlfriends anytime soon. And they kind of side-eye each other, and it's not done in like a comedically like, haha, cause they're gay kind of way. It's like, he kind of looks over at the blue-haired one, and the blue-haired one looks like he like, they acknowledge something, like they like wordlessly were like the blonde's like, we're probably not gonna date girls anytime soon, and he like looks over at the blue-haired one, the blue one's like, oh, like he knows. And I'm like, that you're gay? Like, this feels really blatant to me, but I know it's not, because Brev's even googled it and was like, does this show get gay? Because it definitely feels like that's the narrative direction it's heading. Nope, it doesn't, apparently. But it sure as heck feels like it. And I feel like I'm watching these two characters, like it feels like watching Yura and Ice all over again, where you're like, these characters are definitely getting closer to one another romantically. But it doesn't feel like, I feel bad because there was a lot of things notorious for queerbaiting growing up, but I usually just watched the things that made fun of those things, like Cute High Earth Defense Club Love and Meganebu, that would like goof on queerbaiting. So I don't know what that actually was like. I guess maybe Big Wind-Up could be considered queerbaiting to an extent. In which case, I guess I've watched one anime that has queerbaiting. But it's weird because the way Princess does it, it doesn't feel like it's trying to be over the top that way, which it feels like that's the angle they were going to take, so I'm kind of confused. They don't do anything over the top, I guess, is what it is. They're super low-key about everything in the show. Even when he's like, wow, this is a really wild premise, he's just like, this is weird. And that's it. He like kind of rejects it at first, but then they actually pay the guys super duper well. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. And the pink hair guy's like, what do you mean you'll do it? Like, this is terrible. Don't you have a pride as man? And Blue One's like, no, we're getting paid. Well, I'll do it. So he goes from being like, I don't know about that, to being like, actually, this is okay. I don't have any problems anymore. And I'm like, no, same. So I have no problems with cross-dressing in the first place. Context of it's a little strange, but I wouldn't mind being a school's mascot to, like, get a bunch of money. Mr. Brady said, okay, fair. I would cross-dress for a good salary, too. Yeah, right? Like, sound bad. You get, like, your own private rooms and stuff, and you get your own hot baths and things, like, separate from all the other students. And you get really cute outfits, and you get paid really well. All your school lunches are, like, free. And I'm like, the blue hair guy is just immediately like, okay, I'll do it. After being like, this is a weird fucking school. What are you guys doing here? And then like, we'll pay you. And he's like, okay. Never mind. And it's not even done comically either. Nothing in the show is done comically, so it feels like even moments where it's like, is this queerbaiting? It's like, well, usually that's done like over the top or in like a silly manner. Or it's done like very obvious with like the intent. But for some reason the show does everything so low-key, I can hardly tell its intentions half the time. Not that I'm really good at reading people and things in the first place, and like understanding them right off the bat. But this show is like so hard to tell what tone it wants to go for sometimes. What the heck are these bogus Marmalade Boy songs? They have some really good ones in their arsenal. Why are they playing all these ones? I do not understand the soundtrack. I'm gonna find a different one. Marmalade Boy soundtrack. And we're almost done drawing Elpis. I'm torn because it is already getting a little late. I do have to use the restroom, but I don't super want to take a break. For some reason, I'm like, I just want to power through everything. But I'm like, should I just stop at Elpis today and only do 3 and then just do like revs and then playing games immediately this time? Okay, here's a better soundtrack, hopefully. But first, I do want to play that one song. They have this song called Rain. But they also have like this really cool ending theme that I think is really fun. Revs, do you know what it's called? Cinnamon said, don't forget your water too. Oh yeah, I only have so much left. I've been super hydrating, so thank you. I have less water than I thought I did. I actually just sucked it all down. Also, I'm gonna read some of the titles of these songs in the Marmalade Boy soundtrack. One is just Prologue Koegashi Tai. One is I Wanna See His Smile. The third soundtrack piece is Watching a Girl's Dream. Miki, a wonderful thing is ... because then it trails off because it's too long. Oh, a wonderful thing is happening. The fourth one is called An Abrupt Announcement of Divorce. What do you mean? That's the whole soundtrack. That's like the whole title of that song. This song's called This Is You-kun. Oh, that guy is so cool. And this song's called The Koishikawas. The Matsudas, It's Clearly Strange. Oh my god. And I love the one called Akizuki Meiko. I always smile, but my eyes are sad. Rev says, wait, when's the song played? Oh, the ending theme song that we both like jam out to a lot. I just play that one and I'll look it up individually. And then I'll go ahead and go back to Spotify. Because I love this theme song. Alright, here we are. And then I'll go back to Spotify and playing regular music. The K song is so good, and he plays so many good piano pieces. I just want to know what they all are, because they're not in the soundtrack. But despite K being a sack of shit, his piano is beautiful. Rev says, yes! Just waiting for your girl. Just waiting for your love. I thought of a redeem someday if I ever do get to affiliate. I thought of a redeem where it's like, oh, sing like an anime opening. But I'm like, I only know so many, but I know several. But it's like, man, would that even be fun? Like, I'd want people to be able to choose a specific one, but all the ones that people know, I don't know. It's like, I know the Marmalade Boy opening, and the Tokyo Mimi opening, and the Shikakura openings, and the Pita 10 opening. Rev says, bro, I've been listening to this all day. It's called Crescendo of Withering Leaves. Oh, is it playing again? Oh no, it's playing the credits. Alright, I do have to use the restroom. Actually, I'm gonna try to find something that doesn't have copyright issues. Actually, I'm just gonna, I would replay this song, but I don't want to do that to you guys. So I'll just play the third ending, or I'll play, gosh darn it, I'm trying to think of a song. I'm like, this doesn't, I'll play the Pita 10 opening theme song, or the Shigokara one. And then, I will be right back. And I'm back. And I think I will draw brevs today too. His brevs did take like the least amount of time. I do have to character design, but I don't have a solid reference on how to draw brevs. I just have an idea. So we'll see how that goes. So that could make it take a little longer, but it shouldn't, because brevs' concept is still really simple. It's been a long time since I've drawn Elpis anything. I used to draw Elpis things all the time. Technically, well, Revs is the first person I met in college. Elpis was the first one who I really became friends with. We had a friend group with, I'll just say their names are M and P. Okay, that's the first letters of their names. But we had a friend group with these people, M and P. And P was really talented and kind of nice, but a little flippant. And like, a little overly confident sometimes, so it could be a little off-putting, and nothing against overconfidence. I think that's super cool. There would just be times where she was like kind of condescending about it. So we didn't always get along with P, but she was nice. And then M was weird and always wanted to date P, but then tried to date me. And then I found out I was a romantic. That's a really long story short. But that kind of deteriorated that side of the friend group, and then Elpis and I just still stayed friends, despite the fact that MNP and us didn't really hang out. And then Elpis and I went to conventions, and we ended up becoming roommates afterward, because Elpis had a real shit roommate in their college dorm. And I was like, well, I have a real shit roommate with my sibling right now, because my sibling was a really mean roommate. And then we ended up, oh no, my cat is begging for me. The sadness of my child is so sad. I am almost done and we can hang out the rest of the night, baby boy. He hates when I close my door. But I also think he's not missing me. He just misses the ability to get in this room, and I don't even know if he needs this room. He just hates when doors are closed. Because he's a brat. No, he's still scratching, baby! I actually have, like, puzzle pieces on front of my door. So, like foam puzzle pieces so that he doesn't scratch, but he just learned to scratch around them. I probably need to put more foam puzzle pieces up, honestly. He's such a brat. I did get the most heathen-y cat I could. But I love him for it. Alright, do I need that other flower? Probably to balance it out. Okay. And Elpis is almost done. Yeah, hopefully Brevs won't take too long. What if it does? Then you know what? They deserve the love. Every one of these people I draw. They deserve all my time and all my love and all my support in return for all of theirs. But yeah, every time I think of like cool mermaidy things or cool dragony things, I definitely think of Elpis. Elpis was always into the fantastical. And remember, Elpis was a game art major. And I was an animator in college. And Elpis really wanted to make interactive games, but had like never played any games other than like Gaia Online. And they could never express that enough. They were like, because I was like no games? Like, did you not have any consoles? And they were like, well, my brothers had one. But she really hadn't played many games, but she just knew that she wanted to make art an interactive experience. And I was like, that's like the most wholesome, like, to the point of what games are you could possibly be, where it's like, you know, and she was so passionate, she went to school for it. And she never really played any games that influenced her to think that. She just so genuinely wanted to make games that would move people. She wanted to make an interactive art experience for people. She wanted people to have fun. And she was super into horror. But she didn't know many horror games at the time. So I remember when we became roommates, I was like, hey, you want me to take you through like some Let's Players? And she didn't really watch any Let's Players either. And I was like, I'm going to take you through some Let's Players, and we're going to watch some series of different horrors that I can tell you what their strengths are. So we watched Outlast, and I was like, this was noted as like the scariest thing ever at the time that it came out. For increasing paranoia, making like really helpless, because you didn't have any weapons. And it's like a first-person perspective sort of thing, and very cliche environment, but really unique execution for the time. And then I showed them Five Nights at Freddy's and was like, this increases paranoia in a completely different way by giving you no control over your surroundings. You have such simple mechanics. It also takes like the uncanniness or whatever of animatronics and uses them to their best. Mr. B said Outlast is cool, but it was notable by the shock value. Yeah, I always watched Let's Players play Outlast. Like, I watched, like, so many playthroughs of Outlast because I wanted to see their shock. But then it kind of felt like there was no point to rewatching them. Unlike, for some reason, I felt like Until Dawn was always really fun to rewatch, and that was always, like, a fun thing because the narrative was so wild and interesting sometimes. It was really silly, but I liked it a lot. But then, like, Outlast didn't really have the rewatchability and the replayability, where it's like, unless I find another person, like another Let's Player to play it, to see, like, their reaction, then I don't really care much for it. But it did good at that, and so I was like, I showed that to Elpis, and I showed them Five Nights at Freddy's to be like, this, the mechanics of this increase paranoia on an unforeseen level as well. And I'm not like a great guide to horror, but I was like, I know some horror. I showed her a lot of RPG horror games because that's where I usually specialize in, is I love RPG horror. Specifically like Eve and Witch's House and Mad Father and stuff. That's really my alley when it comes to horror content. So I showed her like how you can get like horror even out of like really simple art styles and stuff like that, like pixelated stuff. And then I think I showed her Until Dawn to show her, because she really liked the idea of a branching story where you had lots of like way different ideas and like executions you could do. And I was like, well, there's a lot of different executions in story. It's still mostly the same, no matter what you do. But it gives you the illusion of a lot of choice, and there is still a lot of choice that affects like the ultimate outcome of the game. So I showed her Until Dawn, and ultimately we just ended up like, in Duck Season, because that's a fun VR horror, showing her a bunch of horror games. We got Super Five Nights at Freddy's together. We both really liked Foxy. We got some surprise boxes, and we managed to pull both Foxy and Mangle from them. So on our TV stand back in our college apartment, we had like Foxy and Mangle next to each other, and I still have that Mangle, and she still has that Foxy. So yeah, it was nice. We weren't always compatible because we had very different living styles, but it was still really nice to live together. And she got a hedgehog, and I had my old cat who passed away a couple years ago. So I don't know. It was really nice being around Elvis and seeing her like learn more about things and get inspired and stuff. She has a very creative and very, very pure heart, and her ambition is really cool to me. So Debbie said, I actually really like playing indie horror. I said, try to stream it on some random Discord. Like the indie pixel like horror games, like RPG stuff? Because we could totally play that together. We could speedrun the heck out of that. So like, stream on a random Discord. How do you do that? Like on other people's Discords? Or on your own Discord? Because I'll join. Mr. B says, but I'm also a scaredy cat, so I have trouble with it. I can be your moral support. I love those games so much. The Pixel ones are like the only horror games I can actually play, because I am also a scaredy cat. I really want to try to play other games sometime, but I'm too scared to play 3D horror sometimes. Wizard said, not really RPG maker games, more like itch.io games. Tiny itch.io games. But are they also like simple in graphics and stuff? Wizard said, oh no, some other VTubers Discord. Well, that's cool that they host you and stuff. I would have a Discord just to host your streams, but I don't want a Discord to have like friends and fans and stuff. I feel like the idea of having my own Discord stresses me out so much. I feel like Kamini's so organized and amazing at it, and I'm like, I could never. It's like hosting a huge wedding or like a huge birthday party, and I'm like, that's a lot of energy and upkeep and maintenance and stuff, and Kamini like excels at that sort of thing. She's so cool. But I'm like, I don't really excel at organized junctions. Rizzo said, oh, you don't know itch.io? I've heard of it, and I think I've seen like Markiplier play some games from it, but I don't know it very well, unfortunately. Is it a place where people upload games for free, I think? And you can sometimes name your own price or something? Mr. Dippio said, itch.io, or Mr. Dippio. Mr. Dippity said, itch.io is an indie development platform. Oh, okay, that's cool. Good to have those. Not enough platforms for indie people. It's nice that they can all be collected. But yeah, I wonder if I'm sure there's some itch.io games that get really popular and stuff, because I feel like I've come across the name. I just never really played any myself. But if they're simple in, like, graphics, then I could maybe play them. I'm just scared to play ones that are like... Oh, Barf said it's where Super Mega plays Sights Adventure. Oh, it's the House of Sights Adventure. Well, that changes everything. Oh. No, that's awesome. That makes sense. So, like, yeah, where you can host games or whatnot, it's cool. It's kind of like Flash, but more intensive, it sounds like. Or like addictinggames.com, but more intensive. And for, like, aspiring individuals. Man, I wish that dress-up games and stuff were still around and not just Pit Crew. I mean, I like Pit Crew, and it feels like the new dress-up game format, but, like, even people are like, well, mobile games have, like, dress-up games. They're not good. They're not. I've not found any good ones. I miss dress-up games. I used to play this all the time. As Liberty said, simple graphics can make stuff a lot more scary than realistic, too. Yeah, honestly, I think sometimes it gets way more uncanny and really creepy. I know this one game called, like, Closing Shift or something that I'd like to play, but I've seen 2 different people play it, so there'd be no, like, shock value in it or anything like that, but it just seems like it'd be, like, a potentially fun experience, especially since I wouldn't have to be like, what am I doing? I'd be like, I've already seen people do it. Finley says, like, cool math games, like for Flash or on Itch.io, honestly, maybe we could all just do a math day together, learn some math. As long as it's only basic math, because I think once I get past division and multiplication, I hate it. Or past percentages and fractions. I hate math at that point. Okay, let me see if I got everything. I think so. I'm gonna go ahead and delete the sketch layer. This just makes me miss her. As everybody says, limited, X-rated, your name. And X-rated things are number 1. That's what I'm reading there. Math. Limited edition explicit content featuring Your Name characters. Not for like the movie Your Name, but it's self-insert. It is number 1 bestseller. I translated it into English. I respect those who can do math. I was once one of you. I once was the kid who had 102 in math class, and worked his ass off every single night doing hundreds and hundreds of math quizzes until I fell apart. I was really good at it. I hated it so much. I hated it with a fiery passion. It felt like the worst. The only thing good about math, I think, is when it's like fractions and percentages and lower, like level maths. It can be really satisfying to do. Like, I think maths having a concrete answer and stuff like that can be really reassuring. Unlike English, where like answers are kind of more up in the air sometimes. And I think that's cool, but yeah. Math is exhausting. Alright. Now I'm gonna write her name. Why did I put so many songs in this playlist that make me think of Beat Saber? What was I planning on doing? Drawing and then immediately going into Beat Saber? And I'm just like, I'll play Beat Saber. Let me crop this and get the reference out. Crop my selection. Yeah, maybe I should write Kakaishi or something. Maybe I should just put one of the dogs from Kakaishi on it. I don't know how they look off the top of my head, but I will try. Finley says, also, this drawing is so cute. Thanks! It's of my old mate, Elvis. The one who had the hedgehog. She was my 9th follower. We communicate so little these days. Sometimes with friends I don't get to communicate with often. I'm surprised that they are still like such avid supporters of mine. That makes me happy that I got to know such nice people. Not like, because then I have numbers and supporters. But we're just like, wow, Someone who would support me, even with my lack of communication. Like, I appreciate that. The patience on the people I've met. And then he's got like a little wispy tail. He looks really weird. I know this looks weird, but the character I'm drawing looks weird. Like in the actual showing. And maybe I'll just put like a K for Kakashi. And then an A behind the dog. And then, like, I did not detail the book that Akito had. I don't know what I'm doing. This book's getting detailed. There we go. Hopefully it looks more like a book now. What? There's Elvis. Let me go ahead and center it on the page. Whoops. Did not know that was on a different layer. Let me go ahead and center it on the page. And save it as a PNG. Export to PNG. Save. And now we're on the last one, guys! The home stretch. Revs. Okay, let's get this shape down. Maybe I'll drop Revs realizing that there's a Marmalade Boy game. Okay, so the spout is kind of like a weird triangle. Okay, and then there's like a lid, kind of, and like a little dot on top. And this is the spout, kind of. It's a weird view to take on, but... Phew. I'm not good with mechas. This is a mecha for sure. Maybe I'll make it so that this is the top half of the head, and then I'll just make... Or maybe... Bro says, oh, I love it. The top opens up like a Muppet mouth. You just put eyes on top. You could. I think, instead, I'm gonna go a really ridiculous route. And by the way, this is not an official way to drop revs. There is no official way to drop revs, which is why I don't have much of a reference. And so, I'm just winging it. I'm just designing a robot based off of this design. Rev says, just rest glasses on top. Nah, man. I'm figuring this shit out. I'm not as much of a cartoonist as Brevs is, actually. I'm a little more moe. But I'll figure out your cartoony nature. Bro, so sorry to be so cryptic. No, it's a good design challenge. Make a character based off of that. I just know I'm not at peak form yet. I haven't become the character designer I want to be. Not yet. I want to get better. Character design is one of my favorite things to do, but I haven't become peak character designer yet. So I'm nervous about how it'll turn out, but I think it'll be okay. Rev says, no, dude, I'm excited to see anything you do. Thank you. It's really angry. Maybe I should get browse. Maybe I should give more sparkles. I don't know how to do things in non-anime. It's still anime meets cartoons. There's no way around it. Alright, I got the top, kind of. I think I should probably do it this way. Look like a Bomberman character with a little the ball on top. And then it's got the little base in the center. I'll put the mouth there. If this is scary, I'm so sorry. I like when I was like, does anyone know who this is? And Grezzy's like, what's it? Cappuccino-san? Something like that. Coffee machine sensei. Yeah, not my best work. I wasn't sure what I was gonna end up doing. We'll see a bunch of redesigns every time I draw you. I'm sure you're gonna want to design yourself at some point too. But for a first time. Or maybe I shouldn't put the mouth there. Maybe I should put the mouth. Maybe I shouldn't give you a mouth. Maybe I'll just figure that out later. It's okay. I think I've got it. Dude, Rev said kiss me in chat. I'm gonna allow the term. And it's like, that's sexual conduct. I'm like, kissing? What? I kiss my family members. Rev said, it's not scary. I'd kiss me. But what's new? Yeah, the auto life, baby. Much for your catchphrase. I'd kiss me. But what's new? This looks like a Pokemon. Man, I hope one of the new Pokemons is a coffee Pokemon. Give me some inspiration. I really like the olive. I think they called it Smoliv? Or Smoliv? I don't know if that's just a fan name or if that's the actual name, but one of them's named Lechonk, so I'm pretty sure Smoliv sounds right up the category. But yeah, very cute. I love seeing new Pokemon. I'm so skeptical the gameplay's gonna be the same grind, because I don't find the grind in Pokemon to be very fun, but I just love Pokemon so much that I still always want to give it a shot. I'd be better off just watching the shows, though, and yeah. I'm better just consuming Pokemon material and not playing it. Although I've never tried Mystery Dungeon, and Snap was really fun. I just want Nintendogs, but with Pokemon. And Pokemon Hey Pikachu or whatever wasn't really that. Effectively. Okay. Oh, and Breath says, you know, I don't know whether to allow what you said, so I'll just, because I don't want, because then the chat box is gonna be like, well, people can say things like this now, and only you can say this, so I'm just gonna tell people what you said. Rev said, I'd also fuck myself like Bill Hader fucked James McAvoy on the set of It Chapter 2. And that's a deep cut inside joke we used to watch a lot of interviews for It 1 and 2, 2017 and 2019. And Bill Hader, like, tells his interviewer completely, like, straightly that, like, there's a deleted scene where Richie fucks Bill on the table of the Jade of Orion, and they all just kind of go along with it really hard. And it's kind of... It's an amazing bit where the, like, interviewer doesn't know how to react. They're just like, oh. And they're like, oh, yeah, so, like, you guys, like, got, like, had a romantic scene? Ha ha, how funny. And Bill Hader's like, no, I fucked him. I fucked him right there. It's, like, really, really absurd. I could share it afterwards if I remember it, like, that clip specifically. But, oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. But because Revs used the words fuck myself like, it got flagged, and I don't know of any context where I'd want people to tell me how they would fuck themselves. So I think I'll just ban that because I don't want the, like, auto mod to be like, oh, people can say that thing now? Like, no. Revs can say that. I'll just say it for them. Revs says, sorry, I'm being spiteful to the mods. No, you're good. Oh my god. A cartoon hand. I did it. And give you all black arms, just like me. Though mine are gloves, for all anyone else knows. E-gloves! Visitor said Automod isn't adaptable, so it shouldn't have trouble with letting things pass. Oh, baby, hello! Thank you for the hearts. It isn't adaptable. Oh, okay, so like someone else could say that in the future and stuff like that. Oh, okay, that's good. Rainy! Kamini! Smiley face! And hey, Dippity! Yeah, I'm typing out my messages. Oh, and I can show her the Akito I did too, since I don't know if she got to see it. No, I'm good, feeling much better now. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm gonna type this. I'm gonna write with the speed of my care and affection. How are you? I'm doing great. Hopefully this is still legible. Resident said, oh, Rainy, Kamini's Discord is one of those places that I play horror in. Oh, that's so cool. Kamini's Discord scares me because it's so organized and so amazing, but I would love to see that, so I might have to join. I feel bad because I want to join Udi's Discord too, but yeah, Discords scare me, but I should just do it. Especially if it's to see you play horror games. Oh yeah, and I'll show Kamini Akito, if she's still here. She might have just popped in. But I'll just type out, I drew Akito. Thanks. Oh! Don't delete everything. You should really draw more. You should. I love your art. I've been having bad block. Yeah, maybe we should art collab. She said, I love your art. All I do is watch rendering tutorials and panic. She said, yes! Rendering sucks. I hate rendering. Hey, let's do it. Rendering is the worst. Sketch time. Sketch collab. But it makes it pop so much. We'll do color palette challenge? That pops. I'm so close to being done with Brevs that I am so glad. I might not be here till 10 like last time. Man, I can't believe I thought I was gonna get through 10 of them last time. When he said, ooh, sorry making you write so much. Good. Trying to communicate silently, I'm sorry if anyone's just lurking and me listening, but I'm like, if someone can't hear, then I want to be able to accommodate. But it is an interesting balance. And give her a heart. It is pretty convenient to be able to just type things out when you're drawing and stuff. But I do kind of wish that there was a text tool inside. So that would make things a little easier. So I can type so fast. I'll make the screen just focus on Notepad and show you how fast I can type. Aw, man. That reminds me of when I played Trivia Horror with Kamini, and I'm usually like really good at like the Jackbox Trivia Horror. I'm usually really good at that one like elimination thing where it's like, oh, you have to type really fast. And I was like, haha, yeah, I'm gonna school everyone on this. I'm gonna type so fast. And then I realized that everyone else types fast too. I'm like, is this what being amongst online people is like versus your family who doesn't type as much? Types a lot though. He should be able to beat me at that. Maybe he just lets me win. I used to always win Yahtzee as a kid, and I told my boss that, and she was like, you mean your family let you win? And I'm like, how did someone win at Yahtzee? And she was like, it is a luck-based game. I'm like, yeah, how dare you insinuate that they let me win? But I remember winning at Yahtzee was nice, but I never played it ever again because I never wanted to lose. And I was like, nope, I peaked. I have a bad habit of doing that. You know, I didn't learn how to ride a bike till I was 11 years old. Everyone pretty much already knew by then. Except for me. I just got really tired of riding my scooter because it was really hard to keep up with my friends who rode bikes. But, I, like, told my friend, I was like, let me try your bike one day when I was 11. And she was like, okay, you can try. And she, like, gave me some basic advice that I didn't listen to, but as a result, she ended up, like, taking credit for teaching me how to ride a bike, which I was a petty child and found that very annoying. And as an adult, I'm like, it's mildly annoying, but I was a kid, so I don't really care. It's so long ago now. But, like, I used to be kind of ticked. I used to be like, hey. Like, no, I did that on my own, because I took her bike. And I was just like, I'm tired of riding alongside you, and I just rode it. I don't know why, because all times before then, it was really hard to ride bikes, and I just couldn't get the balance down. But I just took her bike, and I think just watching her do it was really helpful, because I'd watched her do it so many times before. And I was like, fuck it, I'm riding. And then I did. I've said, I wonder if there is competitive Yahtzee, like tournament-wise. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine competitive... I guess there's competitive poker, right? And that's also somewhat luck-based. So fuck that bitch. You did it yourself. I'm proud of you. Thank you. I guess you're allowed to call her a bitch because we're no longer friends. She wasn't a bitch when she was a child. I mean, she was annoying when she was a child, but she wasn't a bitch when she was a child. She is a bitch now. So, and that's not a fair term to call her. And I don't say bitch because, it's a derogatory term specifically for, people who identify as female. I'm saying bitch because she really does just bitch, like, a lot. Like, specifically complain, like, a lot. And she is, like, kind of cruel and rude a lot. And that's why we're not friends anymore. Brev says, they have World Series Yahtzee, so maybe. The Yahtzee Leagues. Oh no. Maybe that's what I was born to do. You guys will see me become a fucking Yahtzee streamer. Mr. B says, well, I know that there is competitive tag and hide and seek. Ooh, I was so good at that as a kid. I hid in, like, I'm small, by the way. I'm like 5'4", which isn't tiny, but it's small. And being small my whole life has been very beneficial to hide and seek. I can hide fucking anywhere. And tag hide and seek, dude, if I was being chased, I could run like my life was depending on it. Although being chased is one of my bigger fears. I hate being chased. It's very scary. Most people don't like being chased. But for some reason it instills like a primal fear inside me when people chase me, even for fun sometimes. Mr. Dewey says competitive tag is something else. Yeah, woof. I don't know if I could participate. Okay, so since I might already be done with breaths, and I don't think it actually needs a clean cover, I might color it. Just to put like a little more time and effort, because this was like too easy. I would love to learn the dance to this song. I'd love to learn the dance to any Love Live song. I just don't have the patience to learn dances. They get so complicated. They need so much coordination I don't have. I was bad at softball, not the best at dancing. I'm gonna Beat Saber. Decent at PDR. By decent, I really mean just decent, like 50%. Not 100 or 80. It's pretty cool to watch it sometimes. Yeah, that does sound like it'd be fun. Honestly, I think that sounds more fun than things like paintball or whatnot. Not to shit on paintball all of a sudden or anything like that, but things like competitive things with weapons. I think that's cool and all, but I think like competitive like tag, like that's so cool. Like you've got no weapons, no guns or anything like that, so you look like a lot more people like running around. That's so cool and very scary. And Greasy Finger said, "I love this," or Brev said, "I love this so much. I'm so glad." Try to capture your classic aesthetic. Finley says, I imagine it being like that tag movie, but with more people all playing competitively for a world champion belt or something, lol. Yeah! Like, everyone's like Hawkeye in that movie. I forget his name, and I've seen that movie so many times. I remember the main guy's name was Hoagie, because he was my favorite. And then they had Sable, I think, Hoagie, and Sable, and Bob, and Chili. And you know what? I think it's just that guy whose name I forgot. That's one of my favorite comedies from that year. It got shot on a lot. And I was like, what? Tag is a really good comedy, if anyone's looking for a comedy. It's got some humor that I don't super like care for. Not because it's like insensitive, but just because it's like not really my type of humor. But most of the humor is just really wholesome friends, and I like that. It's good to just have a good friend comedy. So Brevs doesn't have a mouth. I don't know how that works. But thank goodness you've got many different iterations, because this one doesn't seem incredibly conducive to operation. With the tiny little legs and the really big body. Kind of look like an Alice in Wonderland character. Now I need to think of a fun pattern. I know that she likes brass, but I think you could do more fun than that. Man, I look forward to Omori coming in, but yeah, I keep thinking about the new Eve. But it'll be cool to have Omori in my hands, after all this time in its development, to actually have a physical copy of it. That's gonna be wild. It's weird to think how long ago Omori was just a project. And now it's a whole game, and one that's actually good. From what I've heard. And everyone's playing it, which is just so nice. It's nice to see it succeed. And then to hear all these people are like, oh yeah, I really like Omocat. I'm like, oh my gosh, people have followed this creator this whole long too. Like, I guess they got pretty popular over time. But it used to feel like just yesterday, when I was like, this person's neat, and no one knows what I'm talking about. So it's so nice to see them succeed and to thrive. I wonder if this will be the last game that they try to make. Like, this song just ends so abruptly. Mr. says, sorry, are you saying Omori? Oh yeah, I guess I'm saying it with kind of an American accent though, so it's like, Omori? Yeah, Omori. I was a kid when I used to follow it, so, I used to also say Megure and Luca instead of like Megurine and Luca. So I wasn't always great at pronouncing things, but sometimes things like that stick with me as an adult because I like remember pronouncing it as a kid a certain way. Mr. says, I can't play that game. Oh? Why is that? It does have some pretty emotional things from what I've heard. I wonder if it supports all consoles. The last arc is hard for me. Oh no. Yeah, maybe it is something I'll have to play off stream, because I've heard it's... Well, maybe, do you mean like in difficulty? Maybe I'm assuming that it's like really emotional, but, is it just hard in difficulty for you? But I've heard it gets pretty intense, in its topics. Okay, it is the emotion. Yeah, I wonder, if I get to that last arc, and I have a hard time, maybe we can power through it together. The game itself is really easy. Or easy, really. Well, I'm glad the game's easy, because I'm bad at games, and I really want to enjoy it, and I don't want to get stuck. I don't think I got stuck in Undertale, and that was nice, because that was a good emotional realm, and also just a really fun gameplay. Like, I liked the gameplay of that a lot, but I didn't get stuck at any point, and that was nice. I was worried sometimes, because some games will be like, oh, if you're missing this piece, like, or like you ate this one thing at the beginning, then like it fucks you over later, and Undertale only has like a couple things like that, and they're not that big of a deal. Like they're not game-changing. But yeah, I'm glad it's easy. Hopefully I don't need to look up a tutorial. If I get to the end, and I also find it hard, I'll let you know. But yeah, I'd probably just get uploaded to YouTube and I'll just probably record it instead of stream it, because yeah, if I get emotional, that'll stink. Not that I'm afraid to get emotional on stream, because if I'm playing Beat Saber, there are some songs that I get super fucking pissed. And I know it's inevitable someday people will see me as not just my cheeky, lovable, optimistic self, but as like a huge ass sore loser. I think that's inevitable. I'm playing games. I'm not actually much of a gamer, but I do like games. I'm just not very good at them, and as a result, I know it's inevitable. People will be like, "Oh yeah, Rain is also kind of a sore loser," and I'm like, "That's a tag I'll take onto my personality just well." But yeah, I'm not afraid to show emotion on streams. But I don't think I'd be able to hold conversation very well if I was crying. Well, actually, that's not true. I've been in a lot of situations where I've just been sobbing and holding very normal conversations. Even Brevs can attest to that. She can also attest to times where I'm just completely unable to speak because I'm sad. Alright, well, speaking of Brevs, time to color. I don't know why I put the handle on the other side. I guess it's like a ponytail. That's cute. Let's get coloring, my friend Brevs. Oh wait, I don't want to accept the glasses ones. Why is it the first one I did? Okay. But yeah, I want to mostly make people smile and happy. But I think it's good to embrace the sadder emotions. And even the angry ones too. Even if they're the emotions I don't like the most. Like, to express, I guess. I don't really like to show people those. But I think they're important. And it's important to see that everyone has it. Prof says, I'm gonna make it my work icon. This picture? I feel like it represents me. The coffee machine. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're liking it. You have any color preferences? I was thinking of pink with flowers, but I could also just do watermelon colors since I know you like that palette. Maybe we can do reverse watermelon. I can do the pattern that's on your water bottle. Which is just a bunch of watermelons. But maybe I'll just do like your favorite color palettes. Like the khaki colors. So I guess like this. I guess less saturated. No, I just want to see what you do. Okay. So we got the color of your corduroys. You really like olive green colors. And then you also really like light pinks. I could just do a gradient. I'll see what that looks like. It's not bad. It kind of looks like a mango smoothie. Okay, let me see about... mixing these together and then giving a texture. No, because that looks like mold. So, not gonna do that. Brooke says, I mean, unless that's stressful, but I do like pink. No, I think I got it. I don't know if I'll flop the colors though. I'm definitely gonna... maybe I'll just add like simple flowers on top. I also thought about just doing halftone print. We'll see how the flowers look. I found this song through Project Diva. I'm really glad they had it in there because it is a even with the weird sound effects. Yeah, I might just do halftone. I'm not sure how I feel about the flowers. Maybe if I did green ones up top. Nah, well... You're like the kombucha girl, as my coworker calls her. Who like tries the kombucha and is like, oh no, and like shakes her head, and she like became a meme, and then she's like, well, actually, haha. And then she like drinks more of it. Okay. Let's see. I guess I could put more pinks on the corners. Okay. I don't know. It looks fine. Let me take this off. It looks fine, but I think halftone would do better. Or maybe even stripes. I can even do them in pieces. So pink on top or something. Or even I can do brown on top, pink for the face, and then green for the bottom. We're gonna do pink for the bottom and green for the head. Can you feel my skepticism? Maybe I shouldn't do any pink. Just stick with your classic colors. I don't know. I'm so lost. I don't know how to color it. Alright. Maybe I should just try to do some shading on like a bronze color. Some basic shading, not some intense shading. And then we can see how we feel about it from there. We're the cartoon characters, so I feel like doing too much shading is a bit much. Brev says, I like that. I don't know at what point in time you said that, so I hope it's not something I deleted after you said it. And then curve these out a bit. And then, okay, yeah, if you liked something before I did the brass, let me know. Okay, your current colors I like. Well, cool. I know it's just simple, and we could have done a lot of cool colors, but I know you can do cool colors anytime, because you like to swap it up. There's some classic bronze here. Let me go ahead and add a little bit of shade to the eyes. Okay. Well, then I think you might be done with Brevs. You just need to write her name. Here we are. How you feeling about it, Brevs? Want me to add anything, change anything? I guess I could shrink the eyes, but you're seeing Marmalade Boy on the Game Boy, so your eyes probably enlarge. It could shrink a bit. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's better. Let me go ahead and get rid of the reference. Oh yeah, I still do have the melon colors if you like those more. And we can try those with shading. You think it's perfect with the bronze? I mean, I'll wait for the stream to catch up, but here it is with the melon colors. Looks like a mixture of watermelon and honeydew, but mostly mango, so fruit colors, some fruity colors. If you want some fruity colors, here's what those look like. If you don't, here's what those look like. Then I'll go ahead and crop it. Alright, and I'll wait for your response. And then, I guess I'll start wrapping the night up, ironically in a song called Hello Planet, which is a Beat Saber song I would totally like to perform for you sometime, because it is very fun to play. Thank you, Rain. Congrats on the debut. Thank you! Wait, but I asked if you wanted the fruity colors or if you wanted the brass colors. Like, I'll show you them. You've already seen brass, so I'll show you fruity. But yeah, you're super welcome. Thanks for being here my whole debut. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all your support. Thanks for being my 10th follower, and thanks for being my best friend. Just thanks for being here. You're listening to Vocaloid music with me, and drawing stuff with me, and hanging out with me in college, and hanging out with me now, and moving with me. Thanks for the little piranha plant you got me recently. Okay, oh, brass. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one. This. On top. Up top. Give me 5. Alright, exporting as PNG. Let's go ahead and do a quick dive through all the cool ass people I gotta thank. And just give a hearty old thank you. Kono, Udi. Alright, let's go. Thank you, Elpis, for all your support. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Crowan, for all your support. It's very appreciated. Thank you, Akito, for your much appreciated support. It is very kind of you. And Udi, thank you as well for your support. It is something I appreciate. And Kudono, you know what I appreciate? It's your support. Thank you. And Eve, thank you for supporting me. It is something I appreciate. And Shobra, your support is so nice. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And to Gig, and to Adrian, both of you, thank you so much for all your support. It is much, much, much appreciated. And Brevs, thank you for all your support. I very much appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who joined me on my debut. Thank you for everyone who joined me on my streams. And thank you to everyone I'll meet in the future. And thank you to everyone I'll see you around the corner. Thank you to everyone for all your support. Thanks for being here for me. And thanks for keeping me company and giving me good conversation. Give me good song recommendations and talking about games and things that mean a lot to you. Because you guys mean a lot to me. So thank you. Thanks for being here for me, and I hope in the future I can be here for you guys too. So, thank you all for everything. I appreciate you so much. All the hearts and all the love back to you guys. And I hope you enjoy a great rest of your night. I am gonna call it here, and I just really hope I can see you all again. I treasure you all deeply. So, thank you for everything. You're welcome, Kamini, for whatever I do. Thank you for everything. But, yeah, thanks, guys. This was great. I look forward to the future, and I hope you do too. As long as we're in it together, I'm sure it'll be a dazzling one. But I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for everything, and take care. See you around. And goodbye!